Waste to Water Sports, ahoy! How's everybody doing? Welcome to some more Big Bash action. The Brisbane Heat, their destiny is in their own hands tonight. All they have to do is keep winning. If they keep winning, they qualify for the finals. If they lose tonight, they rely on other results to go their way. Not a situation that any team wants to find themselves in, but the Brisbane Heat could find themselves in that exact scenario here tonight, taking on the Hobart Hurricanes, who have been for the past few, well, not the past few weeks, that's how long the tournament's gone for, but for the past 6 or 7 games, they have been my red-hot favourites to win the whole thing. Here at the Gabba, the teams have pretty evenly split. The Brisbane Heat have won 7, the Hurricanes have won 6 out of the 13 played. And I'm expecting another close one tonight. Games between these two are typically close. There's only really one out of the last 5 that was an absolute shellacking. And that was the Hobart Hurricanes, who got the win on that occasion. For the Hurricanes, a win puts them to the top of the table. Fortnite/Roblox, ahoy there. Welcome along. UFC Only Fams, ahoy. Mitchell Velo Sport, ahoy mate. Back for one night only, Usman, Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne. But it will be Khawaja and McSweeney opening the batting. The Hurricanes winning the bat flip and electing to bowl first. And there is rain hanging about Brisbane, so a reduced game could come into the equation, which actually made me wonder, do you win the flip and bat first? Bat first, put a total on the board, and then if there's rain delays, sometimes it has a tendency to favour the team that's already got a total on the board, doesn't it? Assuming that they put a good total on the board. So it might have been a good toss to lose in that case. But anyway, Hurricanes win the bat flip. They've elected to bowl first. And on debut tonight, by the way, for the Hurricanes, Mr. Bean, Marcus Bean, debuting, the big pace bowler. Ryder Townsend says, if the Hurricanes lose, will Sixers be first? Well, the thing is, the Hurricanes have still got a game in hand over everybody else, so the Hurricanes have still got a game to come. So even if they lost tonight, they could still qualify on top. But for the time being, yes. For the time being, the Sixers would be top of the table. Dylan, ahoy mate, what a win last night. The mighty Sixers back from the dead. That was a bigger resurrection than Jesus Christ himself, that one. Nathan McSweeney and Usman Khawaja to open the batting. No Colin Munro tonight, so it means the Brisbane Heat actually have a captain for once. Dislocating his finger in that game against the Adelaide Strikers. Fortnite/Roblox, I go for the Brisbane Heat. I've got to be perfectly honest, though. I've tipped the Hurricanes in this one. 2 seconds, and we're underway with the first delivery. Riley Meredith into bowl to Usman Khawaja, facing the first ball, pulls it away, and what a start there for Khawaja, looking very confident, but there's protection out there at deep square. Just a single. The crowd is full of life, as you expect at the Gabba. It's Brisbane, right? They've probably already been on the Terps for 3 or 4 hours before wandering into the ground. It's all right. I can make fun of people from Brisbane because I'm from Brisbane. McSweeney on strike now. Khawaja off the mark immediately. That'll probably get some nerves out of the system if there were any. McSweeney fends away to the leg side. A little miscommunication. Khawaja backing up a long, long way there. had to turn in a hurry, get himself back in at the non-strikers end. So this is the last game for McSweeney as well before he's off on test duty over to Sri Lanka. And the one and only game that Khawaja and Labuschagne will be playing. Michelle, ahoy there. Michelle, you should have gone on the YouTube chat. UFC's lonely over there. Meredith with the third delivery. A swing and a miss outside off McSweeney. This is the final round, Mitchell Vellasport. These are the final few games, and then it's finals time. Solid over this one from Meredith, but you would expect nothing less. The real Sixers fan, ahoy mate. All right, he's got some company over there now. Mitchell Vellasport's there. The real Sixers fans there. He's taken care of. Meredith in again. Beautiful ball shaping away from the right-hander. And they rush through for a single. A direct hit, but no chance of a run-out. But a direct hit is a signal to the batsman. Take us on at your own peril. We will hit the stumps. Just 2 runs off this over so far. Meredith bowling well. Nice job there, though, checking in on them. Khawaja pulls it away again. Gets it a little more fine on this occasion, and a misfield into the fence for 4. Well, Charlie Wakeham has messed this up completely. Khawaja gets it a bit finer, and Wakeham had it covered, sliding across the turf, and spills these beans into the rope for 4. These runs could be valuable at the back end of the game, as I said. Games between these two are quite often very, very close. Every run is at a premium. Khawaja backs away, thumps it straight back at Meredith. He can't cling on. Tim David's there to cover it off. They'll come back for 2. So it ends up being 8 runs off the over. A disappointing end for the Hobart Hurricanes, therefore. Riley Meredith. Yes, he couldn't cling on. Cling on. Not Klingon, as in, hang on, what are the Klingons from? Star Trek. Not Klingon. Cling on. It's funny, Marcus Bean, here he is. Marcus. Very tall left-handed pace bowler. Mr. Bean. Well, this will be very interesting. You know who he actually reminds me of? A modern-day Bruce Reed. Very, very tall, lanky. This will be very interesting. Bean on debut. He'll be sending these down at a very odd angle. Well, he's going to send it down well wide off the offside. Not a good start. Fortnight on top. Come on, Brizzy. Come on, Heat. We've got to keep an eye on the weather as well. Rain. Wouldn't surprise me. Again, it's wide, and it's just looped up into the air, and he gets a wicket with his second ball. Nathan McSweeney is gone. So too is my multi. Again, inside the first 2 overs, a multi has been shot to pieces. It was wide again. He could have left it, McSweeney. He could have left it through to the keeper. It would have been another wide. He reaches for it, and it just skews out to the man at cover for a very simple catch. And Mr. Bean, on debut, gets a wicket with his first legal ball. How about that? That is one for the statisticians. A wicket on debut with your first legal ball. How many times has that happened? Mr. Bean, welcome to the big show. Welcome to the BBL. Brisbane Heat, 1 for 9, in turmoil early. Nathan McSweeney, one of the potential big run scorers, gone. An absolute nothing shot. And that brings Marnus Labuschagne to the crease, and now I feel like lasagna. God, Gina Ferricini's not even in the chat room. Gina Ferricini's not even there, and I'm feeling like pasta. Mr. Bean in again. Beautiful delivery. Labuschagne just fends it down at his toes. Jack, ahoy there, mate. Sorry, almost didn't see your message there. Welcome back. Ollie, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, God, I've just spilled that all over myself. Mr. Bean is in one of your multis, Michelle. Yes, a play and a miss outside off stump here. Labuschagne just hangs the bat out. This is some fantastic bowling. Luke says, hopefully Marnus doesn't think this is test cricket. Doesn't Marnus think everything is test cricket? Does always take him a little bit of time to get going, doesn't it? Driven down the ground, but there is protection there at mid-off. 1 for 9 at 1.4. Just the wide to come off this over. Ollie asks who I think is going to win. Look, I tipped the Hobart Hurricanes. I think this will be the big partnership, though. Khawaja has got to play the Steve Smith role, and Labuschagne's just got to play the support role. But my concern for the Brisbane Heat tonight is not so much the batting, it's the bowling. The bowling has been really off. Spencer Johnson's been disappointing. Xavier Bartlett's been hit or miss. Kuhneman's been disappointing. Swepson's been terrible. Paul Walter shouldn't even still be in the team. So the bowling is what actually has been disappointing. Labuschagne turns this off the pads for 4. And a very good over nonetheless. Still for Mr. Bean on debut. 1 wicket and 5 runs from it. Brisbane Heat 1 for 13 after 2. And the pressure is on. Ollie asks what I thought of the wide call last night at the end of the Strikers Sixers game. Yeah, it was a bit bizarre. Look, there's been a few rule changes for BBL 14 that have snuck under my radar. Such as hitting the roof is no longer an automatic 6. I didn't realise that. Paddy Hearn, ahoy there, mate. Riley Meredith into bowl again. Khawaja steps back away on the leg side to give himself room. Lifts this one over the infield, but they've got protection for Khawaja out there at deep square leg. Just a single. So, there's a few different rules that have snuck through without me noticing. Now, my understanding was if the batsman moves across to the offside, the blue line, the guideline that's there for the umpires, essentially, mentally, visually needs to move with it. So when the batsman stepped across his stumps, that blue line needed to essentially become wider in the umpire's eyes, therefore making it not a wide, in my opinion. But And there is a gigantic Kardashian-sized butt to go along with this. How was some of those above waist heights not called no balls at the same time? So, swings and roundabouts, right? It's the same in footy. It's the same in the rugby. Some calls you get, some calls you don't. They have a tendency to even out in the end. They got away with the no balls. They got pinged for a very harsh wide. That's just the way it goes. Meredith has started here with 2 singles. Khawaja drills this one through the covers for 4. A shot with authority. Standing and delivering. And he has timed that to perfection. 1 for 19. And this is what the Brisbane Heat need. He's looking in dangerous form here, Koala. 6 off this over so far, 3 to come. Meredith drops it in a little shorter. Pulled away just for the single. The Bruiser Cruiser, ahoy there, mate. Your top 2 teams. You don't know who to go for. So your 2 favourite teams are the Brisbane Heat and the Hobart Hurricanes. What an extremely odd pairing. That's kind of like Michelle going for the Brisbane Broncos and the New South Wales Blues. Just complete separate ends of Australia. Labuschagne pulls it away, but the fielder is right there. XJC, ahoy, mate. Sorry, didn't see your message there straight away. You lived a long part of your life in Tassie and moved to Brisbane. Well, that makes sense then. Seven off this over. 1 to come. The early wicket off McSweeney. And now, Lasagna backs away, gives himself room. Meredith follows him, but he still gets enough on it. Pulls it away, out to the deep square leg fence for 4. There wasn't a whole lot of authority in that shot, but he got away with it. Come on, the Stars. So, the best possible result for the Melbourne Stars, of course, would be a Hobart Hurricanes victory. Nathan Ellis, the captain's brought himself on. The final over of the power play. Winning the bat flip, electing to field first. They picked up the early wicket, but outside of that, haven't looked too threatening. Khawaja goes the ramp, and he gets all of it. Khawaja starts with a 6. Oh, God bless the ramp shot. It's our favourite shot here at the Wasted World of Sports. I'll tell you what, when it comes off, it looks impressive. Six off the first ball, puts pressure straight on the bowling team. He goes again, Khawaja, and this time it's along the ground for 4. Back-to-back ramps. Ten runs off the opening 2 deliveries. And Usman, Khawaja, 23 runs off 8 balls. He has definitely decided he's going to try and play the Steve Smith role here tonight. Anchor this innings. for the Brisbane Heat. Ellis needs to adjust. Gets Khawaja to just loop this up in the air, and it will be taken at mid-on, sorry. He didn't commit to that Khawaja. He just sort of hung the bat out, and it loops up in the air. Ellis took the pace off, banged it in a little bit shorter, and he gets his man. What a response. I mean, that's just quality bowling. A slower ball, pulled back the length a little bit, and Khawaja just scoops it up in the air for an easy catch to mid-on. Big breakthrough. Big breakthrough. 2 for 34. Renshaw walking out to the middle. Well, that was it. That was Usman Khawaja's contribution to BBL 14. 23 runs off 9 balls. Thank you, sir, and enjoy Sri Lanka. I still think that's the most ridiculous thing. Signing players that are only going to be available for one game. Two for 34. 3 balls left in the power play. I would say... I would say Hurricanes, despite the score, despite 34 runs being leaked, Hurricanes maybe slightly on top here at the end of the power play. Well, it's not over yet. Let's see how Renshaw goes. If Renshaw hits 18 runs here, obviously it's advantage Heat. Well, he starts by top edging one over the top, a third man for 4. Third man was up. Out to the third man rope for 4. It was actually really good bowling from Nathan Ellis to get Khawaja out, I think. Because he started full. Khawaja was just stepping across to the offside and ramping him. Ramped him for 6, ramped him for 4. He pulled back the length. Took the pace, and that's a ripping delivery. Straight through him. Cuts him in half. And they run through for a bye. What a delivery from Ellis. Yeah, so he'd been ramped for 6, ramped for 4. And he responded by dropping the length back a little bit and taking the pace off the ball. And Khawaja was through the shot way too early and just loops it up to the man at mid-on for a simple catch. Very good bowling. And quite frankly, really poor batting from Khawaja. An experienced campaigner like that should be ready for the pace to be brought off the ball. Edged and through, past the slips for 4. Well, Marnus Labuschagne, honestly, he's more ass than class at the moment, but whatever works. So 2 for 43 at the end of the power play. 2 big wickets, McSweeney and Khawaja. But I would say even Stevens here at the end of the power play. UFC says Renshaw is the name of a Nicolas Cage movie about vampires. No. Isn't that Renfield? Let's see. Who's mistaken? Yeah, Renfield. Mr. Bean back into the attack. Renshaw goes the ramp, and he gets hold of it. That's 6 to start. Well, anything full, anything on half volley length, and the Brisbane Heat, they are going to go the ramp, it seems. Dane McKenna, 922. Great shot, that one. 65 metres. Over the top of the keeper for 6, sorry, that one. We saw Ellis adjust in the previous over. Can Mr. Bean adjust? Turned away off the pads, pushing hard on the first. They'll come back for a second. Will they? They take on the throw, and they win quite convincingly. 2 runs there for the Heat. The 50 is up. Gagan Main says Heat better lose. Melbourne Stars supporter. Either Melbourne Stars supporter or Hobart Hurricanes supporter that wants top spot. It has to be one or the other. Mr. Bean. In again. Renshaw just hangs the bat out perilously at that one. Beautiful bowling. I haven't had a chance to look it up, but it is one for the statisticians out there in the chat room. Mr. Bean on debut. Bowled a wide with his first ball, took a wicket with the very next. I'm so curious to know how many players have debuted and taken a wicket with their first legal delivery. Top edge from Renshaw, and it skews away through the gap. And they'll come back for another second. Mads, you're supporting your new team. Ten from this over so far. Runs are certainly easy to come by at the moment for the Heat. Bean floats this one up out wide. Drops it in short. Renshaw charges it and tries to reach at it outside off and cut it away. Nothing but air. And it's called a wide. Well, fair enough too. That could have been wide for height or wide for well outside off. A Bowen, Kevin, ahoy there, mate. Welcome back. Renshaw pushes at this one. Down to third man, just the single. I reckon this is pretty even Stevens. I tipped the Hurricanes on account of them winning the toss and electing to field first. And there's a big reliance on this top 4 for the Brisbane Heat, basically. This is where the runs will come from. So Khawaja's already gone. McSweeney's already gone. Renshaw and Labuschagne here could be the last of the... Well, actually, Max Bryant's still to come in. Labuschagne gives himself room, cuts it away. Well fielded. Charlie Wakeham, I think it was, out there. Yep, my bad there, Loch Ness. Forgot about Maxi Bryant. Yeah, I don't know. I just think the Hurricanes are a superior side in 2025. Or in BBL 14, I should say. AFL BMX, welcome back, mate. Matt Colkin, ahoy there, buddy. Lizette put up a great job. Fantastic to hear. Yes, the girls were rank outsiders tonight. But at least they put on a display. Owen, I go for the Brisbane Heat, but I do think the Hobart Hurricanes are probably the team to beat for BBL 14. They had a little bit of a hiccup last game as Renshaw drives it into the pads of Labuschagne. Otherwise, that might have been a 4 straight down the ground. Marnus gets in the way. And for the Brisbane Heat, like, even if we do make it to the finals, what then? Like, McSweeney's going to be gone. One of our more consistent players for BBL 14. Wide down the leg side here from Hatzelglue. And the umpire straight onto that one. Well, they want to have a look at this. They want to have a look at this stumping. Square leg umpire has decided to take a look. Well, he's got both feet in the crease at the moment, Labuschagne. And he's always had both feet in the crease. Robert M, ahoy, mate. Robert M says, will we beat the Renegades at Marvel in the next game? Go Heat, because I've moved to Brisbane. Very nice, Robert M. Yes, this is the game I'm concerned about. This is the game that I'm concerned about for the Heat. If they get through this one, I'm confident of beating the Renegades. They race back for two. That was close. A direct hit would have been interesting. But they're turning these ones into twos. Hi, Matheson. Your birthday on Sunday. The Stars are playing. Oh, Robert M. Robert M. renewing the channel membership. Cheers, mate. Matthew Dolby. Ahoy, buddy. Welcome back. Labuschagne backs away. Cuts it out to the man. Square on the offside. Just a single. It's 2 for 62. 5.3 overs gone. Brisbane Heat probably just on top here at the moment. It'll be a close game. I'm expecting a close game pretty much all the way through, but I think this is the key partnership. Max Bryant still to come. Could put on some quick runs if needed. Renshaw just pushes to the offside for a quick single. So it'll be interesting. It's this partnership is the key, really, for the Brisbane Heat. Hatzelglue, 2 left in this over. Floats it up, tempting for Labuschagne. They come through for another quick single. Well, one thing that the Brisbane Heat have not been doing so far this year, or this BBL 14, this season, one thing they're doing tonight that they haven't been doing with consistency throughout, running between the wickets seems like it's on point tonight. So at least there's that. Thinking about a single here. Matthew Wade's on top of it quickly. And that is the end of the over. 7 from it. 2 for 64 after 6. This is a good start. So Robert M. from the stands. He's back, a member for 16 months. That is impressive. Cheers, mate. I very much appreciate that. Waste of World of Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch, live on Facebook. Waste of World of Sports everywhere. Channel memberships on YouTube, and Robert M has just jumped on board again, a member for 16 months. Harry says, who do you think wins tonight? I'm still leaning slightly towards the Hurricanes as Tim David's in. Starts with a full one that Labuschagne punches down the ground. Just the one, down to long on. Hey, it's the Bondi Vet! On the boundary, Emma Friedman's with Dr. Chris Brown. And on the field, Matt Renshaw pushes it to the onside for 2. Can we please get a photo of Dr. Chris Brown and Spencer Johnson standing side by side? I would love to see that. Oh, here we go. Dr. Chris Brown's in for a bowl. Renshaw with the on drive. Lifts it over the top of the infield and just dropped on the rope and over for a 6. Charlie Wakeham is having a nightmare in the outfield. The chance was there for him to clutch that and throw it back in. Charlie Wakeham is having a night to forget in the deep. Reverse sweep attempt from Renshaw. It beats everybody, and it's away for 4. Well, everything's coming up Millhouse here for the Brisbane Heat. They are riding their luck all the way. 4 buys now. 13 runs off this over from Tim David. Renshaw turns it square on the leg side for 1. Yeah, so Matthew Dolby, I don't think the Hurricanes are really resting anybody. Just the one change from the last game, and that's Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean into the bowling attack. The Brisbane Heat team just looks a little bit stronger tonight because of the inclusions of Usman, Khawaja, Marnus, Labuschagne. For one night only, the internationals get to play. End of the 7th over, it's 2 for 79, and they are travelling along very nicely here, the Brisbane Heat. The Hobart Hurricanes, they need a breakthrough. I'm starting to feel a little bit foolish here. Tipping against my own team. Well, I tell you what, if it happens, then I deserve everything I get. Ham and cheese, ahoy, mate. Giles Ketchen, why does it say Renshaw has 2 6s? Oh, that's because he's hit 2 6s. Renshaw goes for the reverse sweep, gets it past the man in the circle, and that goes fine for 4. Well, Renshaw's having a day out here. Moves to 30 or 15. Ezra, you can't watch this on 7. What are you watching on? 7, funnily enough. Well, 7, what is it? 7 mate. Jesus. That's a big spillage, that one. 7 mate. Is that what the sister channel's called? Two for 85. Labuschagne turns it fine on the offside. To the short third man, just the 1 run. They are cruising along here, though, the Brisbane Heat. Hatzelglue just floats it up. And they've pushed 2 here. This is fantastic running. That was a single that they have pushed into 2, running hard on the first. Two for 88. They are putting on a clinic here, the Brisbane Heat, at the moment. Renshaw, again, just turns it to the onside. He got hold of that one a little bit too hard. And it's just a single to end the over. None for 17 of 2 for Hatzelglue. And it's 2 for 89 now. The Brisbane Heat, they are absolutely spanking it at the moment, but a couple of wickets, we know how quickly it can change, right? We've seen the inverse of this happen. We've seen the inverse, right? A slow start that suddenly gets going at the end. We could just as easily see a quick start, slow up. Matt Colkin says, "You rock, bro." Talking to me. Cheers, Matt. I quite enjoyed my time hanging out at your live stream the other night as well, talking about Filipino cuisines. Lockie Bragger, ahoy, mate. Welcome back. Well, let's keep an eye on this. Matthew Wade seems to have some sort of injury concern. He's taken some pills, obviously painkillers. Yeah, Matthew Wade was just stretching out his hands there. I mean, that's the last thing you want for your wicketkeeper, right? To have some sort of hand issue. Lockie Bragger says, "So glad Munro isn't playing." It's funny, Lockie, because I said at the very top of the stream that with no Colin Munro, the Brisbane Heat actually have a captain tonight. That'll be something a little bit different. Giles Ketchen, I go for the Brisbane Heat, but I've got to be perfectly honest. I tipped the Hobart Hurricanes. I'm such a traitor. I tipped the Hurricanes tonight as Renshaw goes for the ramp. It looks good when it comes off, but you look foolish when it doesn't. Dan Jam, ahoy, mates. Dan Jam, we've got Matthew Dolby in the chat room tonight as well. Another one from the UK. Mr. Bean puts this on a beautiful length, and Renshaw just hangs the bat out. Very lucky for Renshaw, it misses the edge. Where's he from? Oh, the UK. The UK is just one gigantic place to me. Do feel free to let us know. Renshaw hangs the bat out, opens up the face. Looks like he's going for a cut shot, but he just opens the face of the bat towards the sky, lifts it over the top of the slips, and it's away for 4. Now that is a beautiful shot. That is a cheeky shot. That was very much on purpose, that shot. Swing and a miss. Mr. Bean thinks about the appeal. Drifting down leg side, though, I would say. Probably pitched outside the line as well. Lockie Bragger says Gabba crowds this season have been elite. Ham and Cheese says Mr. Bean is your uncle. How many family members have you got playing in the Big Bash this year? 2 balls left, a fuller ball. Labuschagne backs away on the leg side, gives himself room. Drills it to the man at mid-off. Just a single, it's 2 for 95. What do I mean? Well, weren't you saying the other night during the game that a couple of players were your cousins? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Renshaw with a swing and a miss. They'll scamper through for a leg bye. Seven runs off that over. 2 for 96. 9 overs gone. Soul Sniper Souls Sniper, up the Canes. Matt Colkin, thank you very much for the heart me. Cheers. Here we go. People have been asking me what the finals format was for this season. So it is the top 4, 1 plays 2 in a qualifier, where the winner goes straight through to the final. The loser will then go on to face the winner of 3 versus 4, who play each other in a knockout. And then they play each other to see who the winner of that game plays the loser of the other game to face the winner of the qualifier in the final. I hope that all made sense. I purposely made it as confusing as possible. No, it's actually really, really simple. 1 plays 2, 3 plays 4. The loser of 3 versus 4 is out. And the winner of 3 versus 4 goes on to face the loser of 1 versus 2. The winner of that 1 versus 2 game gets a week off, while the loser of 1 versus 2 and the winner of 3 versus 4 play each other to see who goes through to take up the other spot in the final. Simple. Simple. Labuschagne pulls this away for 4. Well, that's the Brisbane Heat putting on a performance and a half here tonight. The Hurricanes need a breakthrough. Big time. The 100 is up for the Heat. 9.2 overs gone. This is a big score in the making. Mitch Owen floats this one up. A half volley on middle stump. Punched away for a single. I'm not sure, Matt, if Lizette's playing mixed doubles, but I know for a fact that Priscilla Hon is playing mixed doubles. Oh, chance of a run out here. Renshaw has to dive at the keeper's end. They've been pushing these twos all night long. Has it finally come back to bite? They seem confident here, the Hurricanes. The throw was right above the bails. I think he might be gone here. Renshaw. This is close. Does he get the benefit of the doubt? He's short here. And in the next frame, the bat is on the crease. The bat is on the crease, not over. It's on the line. Oh! Well, he's gone. That's a big breakthrough. They've run themselves out. They have been pushing those twos all night long. And it has finally come back to bite them, and that will be drinks break as well. With 3 balls left in the over. 2 balls. That'll be the drinks break. Renshaw, 40 of 25, though. He's batted well. Rayner is a cutie patootie. Ahoy, mate. Welcome back. Ham and Cheese says Jake Fraser McGurk is my cousin. That's who you meant before. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How many family members have you got playing in BBL 14? Luca says thank you for continuously showing up on my FYP. What's that? What's FYP? So I can keep checking the scores. Not a problem, Luca. I mean, I don't know about. I don't purposely show up. Oh, FYP is a For You page. Okay, thank you. Sorry, we are very, very new to TikTok. Waste of Water Sports started on YouTube. We expanded to Facebook and Twitch, and only for BBL have we started going live on TikTok. We used to post clips. We've posted clips of the NRL on TikTok and the rugby, but this is our first time going live. I actually have no idea anything really about TikTok. I still remember the first time I got sent a rose on TikTok, and I'm like, this just feels weird to say out loud. Like, thank you, sir, for the rose. So yes, very new to TikTok, but now that we're here, we are enjoying it, and we'll be doing all our live streams broadcast on TikTok as well. Coming up, we've got the... we'll probably also do... Michelle, we'll probably also do some of the ICC Champions Trophy, right? I mean, well, me, definitely, because this is what I do for work. This is my job. Michelle's got an actual job, so the timing might not work out for her all that well. But for me, definitely, ICC Champions Trophy. We'll be doing the NRL again, of course. Always, I'll be doing some more Super Rugby in 2025. We'll be doing the Six Nations for our friends there in the YouTube chat from the UK. We will be covering the Six Nations in full in 2025. Captain Redbeard, ahoy, mate. Happy New Year, sir. How are you? No, I'm watching this on Channel 7, buddy. I can't do KO anymore. I have found that KO Sports is just constantly behind. So I will watch the NRL on Channel 9, and I will watch the cricket on Channel 7. KO's, even if KO's having a good night and everything works as it should, it's still like 15 seconds behind. So yeah, we live in a digital age, but I mean, you can't. Sometimes you just can't go past the old aerial plug in the back of the telly, right? WMM711. Yes, we are definitely doing the NRL again. The NRL is the bread and butter of Wasted World of Sports. So we will never, we will never turn our backs on the NRL. Oh, Matthew Wade's popped this one. A very hard throw back into the stumps, and he's already nursing a hand injury. Matthew Wade is already... We saw him pop a couple of painkillers a couple of overs ago. And old mate in the field has just pegged this back at him like he's playing brandy at high school. How fun was that? Running around lunchtime in the schoolyard, pegging tennis balls at each other. Captain Redbeard, how are you feeling about the Cowboys' chances this year? I actually think, to be honest, I think they'll do better than people are expecting because there's no pressure on them. There's no pressure on the Cowboys this year because they're kind of, well, Labuschagne backs away and Chowdhury will have to run up again. Labuschagne sweeps this one fine, and he gets it all the way out to the rope. A fantastic effort from Tim David. They'll save a run, but they come back for three. Chowdhury, 9 for 5. A good start. Bryant cuts this one away hard. Well fielded in the outfield by... well fielded out there by... God, his name escapes me. Wakeham. Charlie Wakeham. Charlie Wakeham. He's been asked to do a lot of work out there, square of the wicket. Chaudhry drifts onto the pads, and Bryant's happy to just turn it away for a single to end the over. 11 gone, and it's 3 for 111. The Beetle. All right, time to catch up on the chat room here. The Beetle says, it's the great man again. Love to see the work as per usual, mate. Cheers, the Beetle. Very much appreciate. Take a quick snapshot of that for my compliment wall. Rainer is the cutie patootie. Says, who do you think will win tonight? I still think, despite 3 for 111 after 11 overs, I am still on the fence here. I think it's still even Stevens. Obviously, the bookmakers, and it feels like the Brisbane Heat are well on top. Another wicket or two here, as, well, that was almost one. Max Bryant decides to try and get in on the ramp action. Misses it completely, luckily, because if he got a feather on that, Matthew Wade was ready to gobble it up. Going again for the ramp, Maxi Bryant, and he scoops it straight to the man at short fine leg, and he's on his way. Well, Max Bryant, what are you thinking, mate? Well, I just got through saying another couple of wickets, the run out, and now a simple little ramp to the man at short fine leg. And a couple of wickets have fallen quickly now, and the Hurricanes right back in this. Max Bryant, what have you done, sir? Well, what he's done is he's got himself out, and it brings Alsop out to the wicket. I understand that we paid big money for Alsop as an international representative, but oh, what has Jimmy Pearson done? Honestly, I would absolutely forgive. I would completely and wholeheartedly forgive Jimmy Pearson for buggering off to another franchise next season. I really would. Tom Alsop. 19 career runs in BBL. I realize he hasn't played that many games, but still. 4 for 111 in this game. As I said, it's delicately poised. It would seem from the scoreline and the run rate that the Brisbane Heat are well on top. They're not. The breakthroughs keep on coming, and the Hurricanes are keeping themselves in this. Mitch Owen, a top ball, a wicket, and a dot, and a slower delivery away for a leg bye. Hammer Cheese says, can you pop a drink to the camera for reaching Unk status? Unk status with you? Hammer Cheese? I'll tell you what, if I'm now your uncle, I'll play BBL 15, and then you can have another relative in the BBL. I don't pay for Channel 7, Ezra, no. Nobody pays for Channel 7, do they? Hamish McKenzie has joined. Is that our Hamish McKenzie? Is that the Guardian of the Couch on TikTok? It can't possibly be, could it? Oh, Mitch Owen with a no ball. And a free hit incoming. Alsop's on strike. So probably the batsman that you would want on strike here for a free hit. Who's a team Chat room, who's a team that we all hate? If there's a team that we all hate, I'll go and play BBL for that team. Swing and a miss, outside off. See, Alsop, that's who you want. Alsop, that is the batsman you want on strike for a free hit. The Scorchers. No, we don't all hate the Scorchers. I don't mind them. Well, that's 2 votes for the Scorchers, though. 2 votes for the Scorchers. Okay, TikTok, okay. I don't understand how TikTok keeps bringing those bells at me and saying, we have detected inactivity. I'm like, how have you detected inactivity? I've been here the whole time. Anyway, the Strikers. Anyway, if we can all agree on a team, I'll go play for that team. The Thunder. Ham and Cheese says the Thunder. 4 for 116 here, 12 overs gone. A good start from the Brisbane Heat, but still, with 8 overs to go, they should at least get themselves to a score to bowl at the very least. Labuschagne punches down the ground for a single. Sorry, I've got to take a photo of that because, honestly, there's a Hamish McKenzie that plays in the BBL, and no word of a lie, there is a Hamish McKenzie that is also subscribed to my gaming channel and is active on my Discord server. And now there's a Hamish McKenzie in the TikTok chat. There's Hamish McKenzies everywhere. Labuschagne with the sweep shot. Protection out there on the fence. And it's just a single. Four for 119. Alsop doesn't have to do anything crazy here, Alsop. Just play the support role. Labuschagne needs to lead the way now. With Khawaja gone, Renshaw gone, Maxi Bryant gone. Labuschagne suddenly holds the keys to Brisbane City. Chaudhry with just singles off the over so far. And Labuschagne goes after him. There's a man there at long off. So it's just a single. 5 singles off the over. Ezra Robertson doing very well, thanks, mate. How are you? Wide outside off. Alsop chops it away. Beats the man in the circle, but still just a single. Yeah, Wasted World of Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok. And for the footy season coming up, we'll be live on Twitch and live on Facebook as well. Wasted World of Sports everywhere. And, of course, our website that I will be doing a lot more with in 2025, wastedsports.com.au. We're going to be playing a lot of fantasy games. So we'll be doing NRL tipping. We'll be doing NRL Supercoach. There'll be cash prizes to be won. And that'll all be through the website, wastedsports.com.au. Rainer is a cutie patootie. Do I care about AFL at all? I don't, personally, but my co-host, Michelle, loves the AFL. Loves it. Nathan Ellis back into the attack. Alsop just hangs the bat out. And it cuts him in half for a dot ball. Well bowled by Ellis. I don't support an AFL team because I don't follow it at all. But there's actually I don't have it handy, but I did used to follow the AFL when I was little, and I went for the Essendon Bombers. There's actually a photo because people don't believe. Like when I say people, I mean like my close circle of friends. They're like, you actually used to watch the AFL? I'm like, yeah, there's photos of little me in AFL jerseys. And I was always running around in an Essendon Bombers jersey. Maybe that's why I lost interest in AFL, because I go for Essendon. Maybe. That could be it. There might be something in that. Pulled away for a single here. Alsop just gets Labuschagne back on strike. The job is not done here for the Brisbane Heat. They've got themselves a good start. But wickets could still tumble. Four for 123. 8 runs and over from here gets them up to 178. Labuschagne flicks it off the pads. Square on the leg side, just one. Alsop 6 off 10. Labuschagne 38 off 27. Driven down the ground from Alsop. Nicely hit, but protection down there at long on. They push for 2, and they'll get it very easily. Well, the throw, the bowler is like, no, throw should have gone to the keeper's end there. Good over this one from Ellis. The Horseman says they kind of butchered the start. Still time, I guess, and it all hinges on Labuschagne, really. Alsop pulls this one away, square the wicket. And they push for a second again. That's good running. 4 for 128, 14 overs gone. Things have really slowed down here for the Heat, but still, with 6, what have they got? 6 overs to go. 6 overs to go. At least, this is how we always calculate it. At minimum, you would expect 6 and over. At minimum, 6 and over from here. So, 36 runs at least still to come. Gets them to in between 160, 170. Which is still a decent score. Here at the Gabba, you probably want 180. So, yeah, they have kind of made it hard on themselves. Will Wakefield, ahoy! How are you, Will? Oh, the power surge is called. They have decided it is time to go. We forgot about the power surge. Well, I did anyway. I completely forgot they still had the power surge. And talk about pressure here. Pressure. They've taken him off. Okay, the Hurricanes were going to bowl Mr. Bean, but as soon as the surge was called, they have turned to Mr. Reliable, Riley Meredith. Labuschagne backs away, gives himself room, top edges it over the top of the infield for 4. Well, they'll take it, the Brisbane Heat, I'm sure. But he's only just a couple of metres got away with that, Labuschagne. Will Wakefield, there's a bowler for the Hobart Hurricanes. Marcus Bean. I think his name's Marcus. On debut, a gigantic, lanky left-arm pace bowler. Reminds me a whole heck of a lot of Bruce Reed. Labuschagne drills it to the man at mid-on. Jake Fraser McGurk is my cousin. Okay, now I know who you are. Ham and Cheese has moved over to YouTube. 5 off this opening surge over so far. Alsop reaches at this outside off. There'll be protection out there at deep point. Just a single. Six off this over so far. Labuschagne's 43 off 29. I'm quite surprised by this, honestly. I would have honestly thought that Khawaja would be the one getting a 40 or a 50. And Labuschagne, beautiful cover drive here. Along the ground for 4. Spanks it. That is a perfect shot. But yes, I would have thought that Khawaja would have been the one, not Labuschagne. So this is very, very surprising. Brisbane Heat, good start here for the surge. 10 from the over so far. 2 deliveries left. Pressure on Meredith. Drops it in a little shorter. Labuschagne pulls it away to the other side of the field this time, and it's 4 more. 50 up for Labuschagne. And this has been a fabulous start to the power surge. I've stopped following along with my multi, Michelle. It was done. McSweeney did me in the second over. The past 3 games, somebody has dudded me within the first 2 overs with the bat. Been insane. Final ball here. Labuschagne goes the ramp. He's got under it. But he's got under it enough, and it goes all the way for 6. 20 runs from the over. And Marnus has decided to go. The Brisbane Heat now, this game swings back in their favour. Oh, God. I'm going to feel terrible. I'm going to feel terrible tipping against my own team. Oh, well, I'm sure... Oh, look, there's a long way to go. I'm just saying, theoretically, if they go on and win this game and I've tipped against them, there's still a lot of work to do. 148 will not be enough. It won't be enough. I still think 180 is probably the par score here. Luca with another check. And Will Wakefield, a Stars fan, not happy. Yes, the Melbourne Stars and their supporters will be watching this very, very closely. Alsop on strike. Ellis brings himself on. Full toss to start. Outside off. Cut away for 4. Poor start from Ellis. That's a poor start from the captain. Ball and outside off, and Alsop just guides it on its way. Hitting with the angle. Again, full outside off. Sliced away for another 4. Back-to-back boundaries. And Alsop's getting in on the action now. Oh, this has been a big power surge What was it? 20 off the first over. 8 runs already off this one. Four for 156. Oh, this is going to be a big score, isn't it? Cut away again. But this time he picks out the fielder in the deep. Just a single. Labuschagne back on strike. If the Heat win, are the Stars out? No, not necessarily. The Stars still have to win their last game, regardless. The Stars, but the Brisbane Heat have a game in hand over the Melbourne Stars. So that's the problem that they've got, the Melbourne Stars. But no, certainly not out of it. Either way, they still have to win their last game. But if Brisbane win this one, it certainly makes their job a little bit easier. Four for 158 here. The Brisbane Heat sent into bat. Oh, Priscilla won mixed doubles today. Very nice. If Heat lose, can they still make it? Yes, they can, Jacob. But they would be relying on other results to go their way. For example, they would need the Stars to lose. That's one right off the top of my head. But if the Brisbane Heat keep winning, destiny is in their own hands. If they win their remaining 2 games, they qualify no matter what else happens. If they lose one, they're relying on other results to go their way. Frustration here from Nathan Ellis, the captain. 11 from this over. A wicket would be huge. Ellis follows Labuschagne, who turns it away off the pads for a single. They come back for 2. Well, that's well run. Pressuring the field. And they come back for 2, and there is frustration in the Hurricanes camp at the moment. As the 50 partnership is up between these two, Alsop and Labuschagne. 4 for 161, 16 overs gone. Not bad here, not bad from the Brisbane Heat. But after the start they got off to, I think they do need to lift themselves up to 180, 190. So what have we got? 4 overs left. Power surge is done. At least they should get at least 24. You've got to go at least 6 and over from here. So 24 runs, get some 185, and yeah, so they're actually on target here. Kai Matheson says the Stars will win for your birthday. Mr. Bean back into the attack. Alsop steps across the stumps and scoops it over the leg side for 4. It's raining boundaries here for the Brisbane Heat. They just can't be slowed down. $200s on the cards here. 200 is most certainly on the cards. Four for 165. Alsop pulls this one away square, just a single. Labuschagne back on strike. Waste of World of Sports coming up. Some big things. The Six Nations for our UK friends there in the chat. Labuschagne backs away on the leg side, gives himself room. Pulls it square, just the one. Everyone is back on the fence. Everyone outside the circle is back on the fence here for the Hurricanes. Six from this over. Mr. Bean. A half volley outside off. Alsop cuts it away. Just the one. Will Wakefield, you need Brisbane to lose this because they're most likely to beat the Renegades. Yep. I've got a lot more faith in the Brisbane Heat to knock off the Renegades than knocking off the Hurricanes. 2 balls left. Labuschagne again giving himself room. He's frustrated with himself there, Labuschagne. He misses out. It's just a single. One set all, Sinner and Schoolkate. Final ball here for Mr. Bean. Cuts Alsop in half and finishes with a dot. On debut, Mr. Bean 1 for 32 off his 4 overs. Not bad. He got a wicket with his first legal delivery, but he didn't do too much of anything else since then. The batsman figuring him out quite quickly, it would seem. But still, on debut, a good job. Look up Tristan Schoolkate. Okay. Australian tennis player. Winning the first set. Winning the first set against Yannick Sinner, the number 1 seed, is pretty impressive, right? I mean, that's a pretty impressive thing to happen. Mitch Owen back into the attack. Starts with a dot. Labuschagne scoops this one away. Square on the leg side. They push for 2. Well, these long boundaries. These long boundaries, they're pushing the 1s into 2s. Labuschagne backs away again. Owen responds by putting it out wider. Labuschagne has to reach for it, and it's just a single. Three runs from this over. It's a good one from Mitch Owen. Alsop steps all the way over to the offside, gets a top edge, running backwards, a difficult take, and it's dropped. Saving the boundary, but they'll come back for a third, perhaps. They come back for 3. Alsop gets away with that one. A top edge. Difficult catch, though. Didn't even get a hand on it in the end. Labuschagne, 65 off 39, back on strike here. Slower ball, half volley, whipped away. One bounce to Chaudhry in the outfield. And just one. Oh, thinking about the overthrows. But it's not on. The Demon won and his girlfriend lost. How about that? I think it might be a very awkward dinner tonight. Awkward at the dinner table for those two. Full toss, no, perfectly pitched actually, Yorker. Right on the money. And they push for two, well run. Oh, they are pushing these ones into twos. It did cost them a wicket. 4 for 178, 18 overs gone. And the Brisbane Heat, they are setting a total here. Pressure on. The Hobart Hurricanes trying to get top of the table. Get themselves into that qualifier. It doesn't really matter if you finish first or second. But looking to get themselves up there. The Beetle, ahoy mates. Yeah, it's been going well. Brisbane Heat finally putting on some sort of performance to be proud of. A long way to go in this one, though. I did say that 180 was probably closer to a par score, so they've well and truly hit that mark. Riley Meredith to bowl his last. Done for 39 so far. It's been an unusually high-scoring night for him. Labuschagne backs away, gives himself space, and just clubs it into the gap. 4 more runs. Labuschagne moves to 70. Well, this is incredible. 4 for 182. For the Brisbane Heat, the season is alive and well at the moment. Meredith, right on the money. Beautiful Yorker. They're going to race through for a single. Well, that didn't deserve a single. That deserved a dot ball. Unbelievable. Everything going their way at the moment, the Brisbane Heat. Captain Redbeard, yes, I am. Alsop, 32 of 23. He has supported very well down that end. Just drills this one out to deep extra cover for 2. Finally, we have a team we both go for. Very nice, Captain Redbeard. Meeks, ahoy, how do you pronounce Marnus' last name? Labuschagne, I just call him lasagna. Because I love lasagna. Alsop, one hand. A one-handed sweep. And that has gone very square. All the way to the boundary, racing over this outfield. Four for 189. Alsop pulls this one away. More traditionally, spilt by Chaudhry in the outfield. They think about coming back for 2. Just the one. This partnership, 79 runs or 46. Alsop needed this sort of innings. All the talk has been why Alsop and not Pearson. He needed this innings, Alsop. Labuschagne backs away again, gives himself room on the leg side, scoops this one over the top of the mid-wicket fence for 6. Four for 196. It's lasagna with extra cheese tonight. Wow. And just to think, Michelle, just to think, I took the piss out of you in your multi for thinking that Marnus was going to get runs. He's the only one at the moment. 4 for 196. 77 of those have been Marnus. 19 overs gone. A 200-plus score incoming here for the Heat as Alsop now pulls this one out to the man at deep mid-wicket, who takes a fantastic sliding catch on the rope. Double thumbs up from Ellis. Oh, it's Tim David. That's why. Tim David, who saved the day with the bat the other night, slides across the ground and takes a great catch. Alsop has played his role, though. Been a good night for him. The 5th wicket falls. Ellis gets his breakthrough. 2 for 37 for Ellis. Brisbane Heat 5 for 196. X-set Taj. It's all good. Absolutely, it's all good. And it's all good for the Brisbane Heat right now. Yes, a wicket. But that wicket falls very, very late in the innings. Falling in the final over. And Michael Nisa. I can't help but notice, X-set. I said at the top of the stream that no Colin Munro tonight means that we actually have a captain for the first time in BBL 14. And I can't help but notice that the first game that we actually have a captain and we're playing good. 5 for 198 here. Nisa takes 2. I would have thought the 1 would have been the option. I understand that runs are always at a premium. But take the single and put Labuschagne back on strike, surely. Slower ball, Nisa down the ground for 1. Pushing hard for 2 again. Well, Labuschagne doesn't want the strike. Pushing hard for the 2 there. 200 up for the Brisbane Heat. Nisa retaining the strike for the back end of this over. Swing and a miss outside off. Threatening for the single. Let's see how the captaincy goes in the field and with the bowlers. Well, can't be any worse than Colin Munro. One of the most confusing things that I ever saw with Colin Munro was... anyway, we won't get into it. 5 for 200 here, 2 balls to go. Nisa slams this one down to long off on the bounce for a single. And Labuschagne will face the last ball. Taylor, ahoy. Taylor says, damn, this is bad for the Stars. Captain Redbeard says 210 might be a good score. I think 210 would be I mean, they're not going to get it now, but 210 would be a sensational score. I was saying 180. I reckoned 180 would be a very, very par defendable total here. So 201 is just sensational. Final ball of the innings, a slower one. Banged in short. Labuschagne lobs it up in the air for a caught and bowled. Ellis gets his man on the very last ball. 6 now for 201. Well batted, though, from the Brisbane Heat. Some poor bowling mixed in there from the Hurricanes, it must be said. But take nothing away from the Brisbane Heat batting. 6 for 201. Can the Brisbane Heat chase it down? Can the Hobart Hurricanes chase it down? 202 to win. The bowling has been the issue all season, though. The bowling's been the concern. Spencer Johnson has not had the form of BBL 13. Xavier Bartlett's been very hit or miss. Swepson's been awful this season. Kuhneman is very 50-50 this season. Brisbane Heat need the bowlers to fire. They've got plenty of runs to bowl at. The run chase coming up after this. I'll have a quick break. I've been holding in a whiz for about 3 overs now. So I'll go do that and have a little bit of a break. And we'll be back for the run chase right after this. Wasted Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok. Soon to be, again, live on Twitch, live on Facebook. The stream will stay running. I'll just leave the screen on, that's fine. And we'll be back for the run chase right after this. Brisbane Heat set 201. Hobart Hurricanes to chase after winning the bat flip and electing to field. How will they feel about such a big score? We'll find out. They've got the batsmen to do it, and we know that. But they've got the batsmen. Brisbane Heat have got the bowlers to defend the total. They just need to find the mark, which they haven't done yet in BBL 14. Run chase coming up after this. Waste to Water Sports. Welcome back. Still in the innings break here. The Brisbane Heat, 6 for 201, have set a hell of a total here. The Hobart Hurricanes, though, the concern for the Heat. The Hurricanes do have the batting lineup capable of chasing this down. The Brisbane Heat are going to have to be on the money. No, Dan Jam, like I said, I've been holding in a whiz for the final 3 or 4 overs of that innings, but I will also have a quick break as well. So whiz and quick break, 2 separate things. So you're absolutely correct. That was not just one gigantic Austin Powers unfreezing level piss. What a movie, by the way. I've always got to sneak in an Austin Powers reference. Taylor says that Marnus is insanely sweaty. That was obviously from before the break. How many did Marnus make? 77, I think he was at the end. 77, and he got out on the final ball. Sorry, I was just reading about this. How about this? How about this, Dan Jam and Captain Redbeard and any other NRL supporters? Jared Hayne headlines a stacked Nines team. So there is, on the Gold Coast, coming up in the preseason, on the Gold Coast, there is a Nines tournament that's going to feature a whole stack of former NRL players. Ben Barber's playing, Michael Jennings, Andrew Fafita, and Jared Hayne, of course. Ken Seo is in there as well. Andrew Fafita's brothers, David and Latu. So yeah, there's a Nines tournament coming up on the Gold Coast. Very much looking forward to that. So, Labuschagne got, I'm pretty sure it was 77. Yes, 77 or 44 balls. 8 4s, 2 6s. Stunning innings, really. Big score here for the Heat. Khawaja got 23. Renshaw got 40. Alsop 39. Labuschagne 77. Is that against pro players? No, I should imagine that. I should. There's no NRL players playing in it. Put it that way. There's no NRL. It's not an official NRL tournament. It's just some local promoter that's got a whole bunch of retired players, and I would say the teams are padded out with juniors and local players. I still remember, though, there was a charity game that John, old fingers Hopewade, Big John Hopewade played in a charity game. And talk about, what's the saying? A leopard can't change its spots. Is that the saying? Yeah, John Hopewade got sent off for an intentional high tackle in a charity match. Of all the people. It probably is some sort of charity thing. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I was quickly reading about it just there while I was on my break, so I don't know all that much about it. But I will definitely investigate into it a little bit more. And being down the Gold Coast, if it's not on TV, I might actually head down for the day and cover it live from the stadium. So, 6 for 201 here. The Brisbane Heat. Oh, absolutely. You've got to be a proper bastard to get sent off in a charity game, says Dan Jam. Absolutely. Yeah. it was certainly a sight to behold. There's actually footage of it. There is footage of it on YouTube. That I recommend checking out just for the sake of it. John Hopawade getting sent off. Hang on, what would you search for? I'll see if I can find it, and then I can tell everyone else what to search for. Angus, ahoy there. Yes, Wasted Water Sports. Live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Twitch, live on Facebook. Not doing the Big Bash on Twitch and Facebook, but typically we're also live over there. Let's see. John Hopawate sent off charity game. There's definitely footage of it somewhere, I know, because I've seen it. Anyway, here come the batsmen. It is most certainly a thing that happened. Mitch Owen, the big fella, standing down the non-striker's end and moving up to face the first ball. Caleb Jewell, I'm gathering. So they need a big power play just for the... There's rain. There's always rain lurking around Brisbane for these January games. So they've got to keep that in mind as well, the Hurricanes. They've got to make sure that they stay ahead of the potential Duckworth-Lewis countbacks. Just in the event of any rain that might hang around. So a big power play. We'll see. The Brisbane Heat bowlers haven't quite got it right in BBL 14 so far. But they've been given plenty of runs to play with here tonight. Should be an easily defendable total. 6 seconds. All right, we're just about ready to get underway. The run chase to commence. Xavier Bartlett to open the bowling, I'm assuming. No, it's Nisa. Nisa to Jewell. Jewell backs up in the crease. Gets it fine for 4. A perfect start for the Hurricanes. A boundary to start. And that raced away. Dream start here for the Canes. Nisa, straighter ball, scooped up just short of the man at mid-on. Nice adjustment there from Nisa. None for 4 off the opening 2 balls. Going the ramp, Jewell gets under it, gets the top edge. This should be taken. Swepson comes in and drops it. Swepson was going back. McSweeney was coming forward. Some miscommunication. Swepson and McSweeney having a dive for it in the end. And it's been dropped by McSweeney. I said Swepson. It was McSweeney who's dropped it. In and out. Should have been taken. Oh, there's a big let-off for the Hurricanes to start. And Mitch Owen gets himself on strike. Big let off there for the Hurricanes. They need to take full advantage of that. Owen fends it back down the pitch. Well bowled by Nisa. Getting some movement off the pitch back into the right-hander. The required run rate at 10 and over. They'll be keeping a close eye on that, making sure that doesn't get out of hand. 2 balls to go here. Nisa. Owen gets under it, scoops it up. Is there a man back there? Just over the rope for 6. Well, they're pushing their luck here, the Hurricanes. Mitch Owen scoops this one up. Centimetres over the rope. .74 metres, and it just off the hands of the fielder. The fielder got hands to it. And it spills over the rope for 6. Nisa hangs his head. Oh, that's essentially 2 drop catches. This one's a lot cleaner hit. Owen sends it. And that's gone way back. Another 6 and a flying start here for the Hurricanes. God. None for 17 after the first over. Maybe the Brisbane Heat did need about 220. ... Ahoy there, mate. Do I watch AFL? I don't. Ham and Cheese is very happy after this start. None for 17. A couple of chances. One, a fairly easy one, to be honest. One, a lot more difficult. Both got put down. So a couple of lives early for the Hurricanes. Xavier Bartlett into the attack. I still don't understand why if you've got Xavier Bartlett and Spencer Johnson in your bowling lineup, none of them are opening the bowling. AB1, ahoy mate, welcome back. 20 and over would be 400, right? I'm not very good at maths, but 20 and over would be a monstrous score, yes. Xavier Bartlett gets Jewel to dance down the pitch and swinging and missing. And again, why was Bartlett not opening the bowling? Beautiful ball shaping in towards the left-hander. The Hobart Hurricanes have won all of their run chases this season. Well, that is a very interesting stat. No wonder they won the toss and bowled first then. Bartlett wide down the leg side. Will it be called? Yes, it is. Very harsh call, but anything down the leg side, and you're going to get pinged. Got a feeling Caleb Jewell's going to get himself out, trying to hit big. Leave the big hitting to Mitch Owen, and Caleb Jewell just play the support role. That would be my advice. Like that, punching down the ground, but no run there. Well fielded. Mid-on is up very, very tight, restricting that single. Who's going to win? Can I predict? I still think that the Hobart Hurricanes have got the batsmen to chase this down quite comfortably, and the Brisbane Heat bowling has been a bit of a shambles in BBL 14 so far, outside of Xavier Bartlett. Jewell goes for the ramp, finds the gap and finds the 4, and catches old mate by surprise there on the boundary. Some sort of producer or something. He wasn't watching. He's got his head in his notes, and that woke him up. None for 22. The Hurricanes have got off to the best possible start here. They've pulled that required run rate immediately down below 10 and over. Jocker, ahoy mate, welcome back. Joel punches it to mid-off. They take a quick single, and it's misfielded anyway. That's good running. None for 23, 1.4. 6 off this over from Bartlett. Captain Redbeard says, what is the deal with Spencer Johnson's hair? Is it extremely gelled because it looks like a wig? Hey, I'll tell you what Michelle says about Spencer Johnson. Michelle says that Spencer Johnson looks like the good guy from a Disney movie that turns out in the end to not be a good guy. If you know what we mean. I know exactly what she means. That's what Michelle says about our mate Spencer. Xavier Bartlett gets this one a bit straighter and a dot ball. Mitch Owen, though, you don't want to get into his swinging arc because he will send them. He'll send them all the way back to Hobart. Bartlett, well, there is a half volley off the outside edge. Racing back is Swepson, but it lands in behind him. They come back for a second. None for 25 off 2. Fabulous start to this run chase. Brisbane Heat. The bowling has been the issue all BBL 14. I mean, the batting hasn't been great either, apart from tonight, but I think the bowling's been the biggest issue. Spencer Johnson has not found the heights of BBL 13. Xavier Bartlett's been going okay. Swepson's been awful. Needs to find form. Kuhneman's been okay, but certainly not living up to the standards that he set in BBL 13. Captain Redbeard says, I reckon if he put a hat on and then took it off, his hair would look the same. It does look the same. I'm pretty sure we've seen it happen. Here he is. Anyway, speak of the devil. Speak of the handsome devil with those alluring blue eyes. Here is Spencer Johnson. Best figures of 4 for 20, and he has not pulled those figures out in quite a few innings. Caleb Jewell on strike. Half volley. Just scooped up off the pads. It won't go for 4, but they should come back for at least 2, maybe 3. They do come back for 3. Spencer Johnson, yeah, he just has not found that same form. BBL 13, he was such an instrumental figure in the Brisbane Heat winning the title, along with Josh Brown with the bat. Josh Brown with the bat and Spencer Johnson with the ball were pretty much single-handedly in their respective roles the reason for the Brisbane Heat winning last season. Josh Brown's gone, of course, to the Renegades. Spencer Johnson, though, has not started the same. Off the top edge, scooped up in the air, and it lands safe. Mitch Owen riding his luck here. Caleb Jewell riding his luck. The Hurricanes riding their luck. The top edges are just landing safe. Ball and outside off, and it's through to the keeper for a dot ball. Well bowled. None for 28, 2.3 gone. The required run rate under 10 as the Hurricanes move along at 11.2 and over. Halfway through this third over, Johnson, full and on middle stump, driven down to mid-on, no run. This is well bowled now. He's recovered nicely after the first couple of balls. Khawaja over to have a chat to Johnson. What do you want with the field, mate? You reckon we've got it right? What are you sending down for these last two deliveries? Two left. Half volley is scooped over the leg side for 6. So casually. Well, Johnson just got it wrong there. A half volley on the pads, and Mitch Owen right through the swinging arc lifts it over long on for 6. "74 meters. He's just drilled it." Captain Redbeard with the chat room curse. So far, great over. Next ball, 6. And now, smash to the offside, but straight to Khawaja in the covers. A dot ball to finish. 9 off the over in the end. It's none for 34 after 3. And the Hurricanes on target. You would have to say no wickets down so far. And 34 on the board. They're winning the power play at the moment, comparatively. That required run rate, it was kind of crucial to get it to dip down under 10 throughout these power play overs. Xavier Bartlett to bowl the last of the power play. Caleb Jewell on strike. 168 needed off 102. Dancing down the pitch, Jewell doesn't quite get to it. Just chops it down to mid-on, a dot ball. And Renshaw there gives it a bit of a wipe with the towel. Caleb Jewell, 13 off 9. Mitch Owen, 20 off 10. Captain Redbeard says maybe needs some sandpaper. Jewell cuts this away through the gap for 4. He has just placed it. Through point. Races away for 4. Now that is just a beautiful cricket shot from Caleb Jewell. Just guides it through. No risk. He hasn't aggressively attacked this. He just guides it on his way. Steps across to give himself a slight half volley. Caleb Jewell gets enough on it, and it's away for 4 more. Well, there was no aggression. There was just pure timing in that last shot. But this one was all aggression. Steps across the stumps to the offside. Creates the half volley. And he just drills this over the top of mid-on for 4. Zoe, ahoy there. How are you doing tonight? Oh, God, it's a UK rampage tonight. We've got Dan Jam and and now Zoe in the TikTok chat. We've got Dan Jam and Matthew Dolby over in the YouTube chat. It's a UK takeover. Ollie Critter. Oh, sorry. Ollie Critter? Where did I get that from? Ollie Critch. Oh, well, you're officially Ollie Critter now. Ahoy. How are you, Ollie? I actually don't think I've ever said the rest of your username. I think I've always just said Ollie. But there's so many Ollies now I need to specify. We've got a few Ollies. A couple on TikTok, a couple on Twitch. Jewel cuts this away just over the head of McSweeney at point. Just. He got hands to it, but it still races away for 4. Zoe plays. Over on the YouTube now as well. The UK domination. Whereabouts are you from, Zoe? If you, whatever, specified to as much as you're comfortable with sharing. I know you're in the UK somewhere, but I never remember the actual country. Xavier Bartlett squares him up. Ambitious appeal for LBW. And it's away for a leg bye. None for 47. That's the end of the power play. A sensational one for the Hurricanes. And they are making very light work of this run chase at the moment. Not without chances being given to the Brisbane Heat, though. Dropped catches. One was an extremely difficult chance. One probably should have been taken. Ollie says McSweeney is so bad. Oh, well, tonight's the last we have to see of him. Yes, indeed. Khawaja, Labuschagne, and McSweeney all off on test duty. Will take no further part in BBL 14. Nisa back into the attack. None for 17 off his first over. And again, it's just the bowling. I said the bowling was the concern, not the batting. The batting was good. There's a fire up there with the pyros. The pyros have caught on fire up there on the DJ deck. Well, I've seen it all now. Will Main, ahoy, mate. Just casually putting the fire out there on the DJ deck. Ah, it happens all the time, he says. Happens all the time. That's why we've got these fire extinguishers here. Whoa, it's flared up again. Okay, he looked a little bit more concerned this time. When that fire flared up the second time, oh, it's flared up again. He can't put it out. The fire extinguisher is not powerful enough to put this fire out, and it is expanding rapidly. And here are the police. Well, they're not going to help. You need the firefighters, for Christ's sake. The cops aren't going to help in this situation. Well, this section of this is interesting. Remember the time the Brisbane Heat were getting pumped and then the electricity to the ground was cut off, so the match got abandoned? We are 1 over short of this officially being a game. There has to be at least 5 overs for each team for it to be considered a game. If this game gets called off because of a rampaging fire in the stands, it becomes a no result. And the Brisbane Heat have history here. I mean, they're my team. They're my team. So I'm all for it. But there's history here. They were under the pump and well on their way to losing, and the lights went out conveniently and over before an official match is called. And now a fire sweeping through the DJ booth. Captain Redbeard says, I'll take a no result. This is weird, Captain Redbeard. This is bizarre. How long's it been? Three NRL seasons? 2 or 3 that you've been joining us here at the Wasted World of Sports, and I'm pretty sure that like a lot of supporters of teams that I've spoken ill of, you stick around just to sort of rub my face in it when the team wins. This feels weird. Here we are on the same side, sitting on the same side of the fence, sharing a nice cold bevo. No, obviously I'm only mucking around having a laugh. It's obviously all in good fun. NRL vids, there's a fire in the grandstand. The DJ booth has caught fire. There's an electrical fire and they cannot seem to put it out. Khawaja up to converse with the umpires now. And like I said, does anyone remember that time that the Brisbane Heat were getting absolutely pumped and then all the lights just shut off in the stadium? All the power was cut off in the stadium and the game had to be called off. Controversially, it was called a no result. I think that game was against the Adelaide Strikers, maybe. I can't recall who it was against, but it was here at the Gabba and the lights went off and the game was very controversially called off. And now the DJ booth is on fire. Surely it just means that there'll be no more music for the rest of the night, which is actually, if anyone's ever been to a Big Bash game live, no music in between every goddamn delivery is a blessing for the crowd. Honestly, sometimes when I've been at a Big Bash game, I've felt like setting fire to the bloody DJ booth. The most bizarre set of circumstances here. We've seen rain delays. You don't very often see a fire delay. Jerry, is it raining or something right now? You would think so. No, it is. There is a fire in the grandstand. We are officially on fire delay. Forget rain delays. We have got a fire delay right now. Jerry, I go for the Brisbane Heat. I had tipped the Hobart Hurricanes in the Wasted World of Sports Tipping League. We're a long way in. We are a long way in, so it might not be worth joining anymore. But if anyone's been playing on tipping.cricket.com.au, feel free to still join the Wasted World of Sports League. So the DJ, she went to get a coffee and she came back to disaster. I just love how the cops just swarmed. The police just... I love that. It is now official. Play has been delayed due to fire. It is now officially a thing. It is on the TV screen right now. Play has been delayed due to fire. I mean, we knew that that was the case anyway. I just didn't know that that was now officially a thing. There is a tarp up. Yes, that was the police. That's what I find funny. The cops just swarmed. The police just swarmed to the area, and I mean, no offense to the cops. I'm not meaning to take the piss out of them, but it's like, honestly, like, what are you guys going to do? We don't need you right now. We need the firefighters. Sod off out of the way. Anyway, it seems like it's all sorted and play is about to get underway. Well, there you go. A fire delay here at the Gabba stalls the momentum of the Hurricanes, though. This is that was a good break for the Brisbane Heat. Captain Redbeard's, first Danjam says that's an incredibly Australian reason. And then Captain Redbeard said this could be like the Super Bowl that had the lights out for 30 minutes. And then when the game resumed, the losing team made a comeback. Exactly what I was saying. This could be the best possible break in play for the Brisbane Heat. The Hurricanes had all the momentum. They were charging towards this scoreline. And that break in play just stalls the momentum. That is funny. That's funny. We've seen it all now. Paddy Hearn, that was crazy. None for 48. 4.1. They're still on top here, the Hurricanes. Captain Redbeard says this ball is a wicket. He's calling it. He's wishing it. He's willing it on. Nisa to Owen. A late cut. Doesn't beat the man in the circle. A dot ball. Michelle says, can we bet on how many fire puns the commentary team will make now? I'm just glad that the Scorchers weren't playing. Oh, I suppose Heat, the Brisbane Heat and the Scorchers. Imagine if it was the Heat and the Scorchers and the grandstand caught on fire. Oh, God. We'd never hear the end of it. And now we've got movement at the side of the side screen. Well, honestly, that's just nonsense. They've got that tarp up behind the side screen, and there were a couple of kids walking to their seat. And Mitch Owens pulled out of this one. There's kids walking up there. Honestly, extend the sight screens or just play on for the love of God. Swing and a miss at this one. I mean, honestly, I remember when sight screens at the ground, when I was little, and I would go to the Gabba, and I'd sit on the dog track, and the sight screens used to be on the field on wheels, and the batsman used to have to adjust every ball. They were that small. Adjusted every ball. And sometimes if you sat too straight, the sight screen would get moved across, and then everybody would up and move across so that the view's not obstructed. Those were the good old days. And now here they are, the prima donna players these days, pissing and moaning about, oh, somebody's walking behind that gigantic 700-foot tarp that's up over the seats. Go back and play in the 80s. Go back and play in the 80s, mate, and then complain about somebody moving on the bloody long off fence. Anyway, Caleb Jewell pulls this away. Protection out there on the boundary. They race back for a second. The Hurricanes doing what the Brisbane Heat did extremely well, pushing those ones into twos. And 4 off this over. It has been a slower one. That fire stoppage. Certainly this first over back has helped the Heat out. Jewell turns this off the hip for 4. That's a beautiful shot. Racing away down there to the square leg fence for 4. End of the over. It ends up being a decent one for the Hurricanes. None for 55 they are in this run chase. 5 overs gone. Looking good. We've got a replay of the fire incident. Well, here we go. Mitch Swepson. Mitch Swepson into the attack. He has not bowled well in BBL 14 so far. Can he pull out a big game here tonight? Oh, Paddy Hearn, thank you very much for the 2 roses. Cheers. That one slipped under the radar. Half volley and Mitch Owen dispatches it. Well, that is just piss poor bowling. Swepson just bangs it in. Right into the arc for Mitch Owen. Spanks it over deep mid-wicket fence for 6. That is just bread and butter. Gift. Mitch Swepson continues his poor bowling form. Floats this one up a little more, but Owen dispatches it again. Back-to-back sixes. Here they come, the Hobart Hurricanes. Mitch Swepson continuing to toss up meat pies. And Mitch Owen sends it 83 metres on this occasion. They're just gobbling these up. Gobbling these pies up like Homer Simpson eating donuts. Swepson floats another one up. This one skids on and Owen just comfortably pushes it down to long off for one run, knowing we've already got 12 of this over. We've done the job this over. None for 68 or 5.4. We thought that the Brisbane Heat did so well in their batting innings. Well, the Hobart Hurricanes said, hold my beer. We will show you good batting. Swepson to Jewel. Jewel dances down the wicket. Appeal for LBW, a very ambitious one. And they come through for a leg bye. And for the Hurricanes, Mitch Owen on strike is absolutely no bad thing. $14 off this over so far. Owen scoops this over the leg side for 6 more. Straight over the top of long on. Dear God in heaven. Well, he has just scooped this up from outside off and tonked it on the leg side over the long on fence with very minimal effort. And the Hurricanes are none for 75 after 6. They are in cruise mode right now. That required run rate, which started at over 10, has dropped down to 9.07 and over. The Hurricanes going at 12.5 and over, making very light work of this chase. He had absolutely no right to send that over the long on fence. No right at all. Just casually scoops it up, stand and deliver. Knew it was 6 the moment he left his bat. Spencer Johnson now back into the attack. They need wickets. They need wickets, the Brisbane Heat. So they've turned to Spencer Johnson, the man who led the way with the ball in BBL 13, the championship year. Their title defence is in tatters at the moment, the Brisbane Heat. Squares up Caleb Jewell and beats him on the outside edge. Well bowled first up there from Spencer. Well, unfortunately, Captain Redbeard, if the grandstand sets fire again, they've bowled more than 5 overs now. So it's officially a game, which means there'll be the DLS, the Duckworth-Lewis system, and I've got to say the Hurricanes are well ahead. So if the game is called off now, Hurricanes win. So it would actually be very detrimental for the Brisbane Heat for any sort of stoppage that threatens the end of the game. Their best hope now is that it continues and they rattle through a few quick wickets. Matt, ahoy there, mate. Matt Anstey, you're at the Gabba. The fire is out. And we are on. The atmosphere feels like it's quietened up a little bit, though. There at the Gabba. The home crowd were full of life after the Brisbane Heat batting innings, but the Hurricanes have silenced them with some massive hitting. Just a single off this over so far, but they don't need to do anything here out of the ordinary. The Hurricanes, 11.69, their run rate at the moment. The required rate, 9.33, is still high. I mean, they can't afford to get too comfortable and slow down too much, but they're well on top at the moment. 6.3 overs gone. Johnson in again. Owen backs away, gives himself room, cuts it square of the wicket for 4. What a fabulous shot. Mitch Owen is in fine form. Moves to 44 off 19. None for 80. 6.4 overs gone. You can't help but laugh, can you? Well, this has always been the problem. The problem for the Heat in BBL 14 has been the bowling. The bowlers have not stood up. Johnson to Owen. Scoops it up in the air. Will it be taken? It's a tough chance. It's high in the air. And the man at long off, Khawaja, plants himself under it and takes the catch. A very important wicket. It's Mitch Owen. Spencer Johnson with the breakthrough. And that will bring the crowd back to life. A much-needed wicket for the home side. Mitch Owen just lifts this one high into the sky. And Khawaja gets himself under it, takes a difficult chance. Boy, did they need that. 1 for 80. 6.5 overs gone. And that just opens the gate a little bit. The Hurricanes have just opened the gate the tiniest bit. Can they take advantage now, the Brisbane Heat? Yeah. I don't know what she's barking at out there. Charlie Wakeham out to bat. There is definitely a chance right now. The gate's just been opened slightly. Captain Redbeard. Opportunity is knocking. Spencer Johnson, 5 runs and a wicket off this over. Cuts Wakeham in half. Unlucky to not get an edge. Fantastic over from Spencer Johnson. It could be the key with the bowling. It's 1 for 80, and that was the best over by far for the Brisbane Heat. Seven overs gone, 1 for 80, still well on top. But the Heat with the breakthrough, they've given themselves a chance. As slight as it may be, they still need a couple more. Swepson went for 19 off his first over. Caleb Jewell on strike, punches it down the ground. Swepson builds off his own bowling. Better start for Swepson. Full toss, though, dispatched by Jewell. 2 bounces for 4. Well, I just said a better over so far. And then he tosses up a full toss. Jewell down on one knee, sweeps it away for 4. Just really put. Swepson has been so bad in BBL 14. It is unfathomable how bad he's been. Caleb Jewell sweeps away again into the gap. Doesn't quite find the boundary on this occasion. Picks out Maxi Bryan at deep backward, deep square leg. Just a single, 5 off this over. $117 of 75. That's the equation for the Hurricanes. Boundaries looking very easy to come by. So wickets will be the key. Oh, swing and a miss by Wakeham. An attempt at stumping. We're going to have a look. Wakeham could be gone. He did lift his foot. He lifted his rear foot there momentarily. So close here, this one. The foot lifts up. It's out of the crease. It's out of the crease, and he gets it back. No, he's gone. Wakeham is gone. The second wicket falls. Here come the Brisbane Heat swinging this match around. Oh, is it down there? Is his foot down? Oh, this is going to be close. There's only a frame in it. Are the bails dislodged? Is the foot down? They're dislodged there. The foot's not back. I reckon this is out. But then, you know, Brisbane Heat supporter, so... The bail is lit up. The foot is not behind the line. It's on the line. This is a close one. It's a tight one. You couldn't be too upset. You couldn't be too upset either way here with this one. Decision pending. Up on the screen. Out! He's gone! It's been given. The second wicket falls. The gate was open. And the Brisbane Heat have now gone marching through. Charlie Wakeham goes for a little fluffy duck. And it's 2 for 85. The home side still in it. Their season still alive. Maybe even slightly on top now. I know that that might seem like a really brazen call. But the momentum has shifted. They might just be on top here, the Heat. During these middle overs. A big power surge, of course, changes that completely, doesn't it? I mean, let's not kid ourselves. We've seen it time and time again. One big power surge is all it takes. As Nickel Chaudhry to the crease. Two for 85, 7.4 gone. We've got game on once again here. Swepson. Forward defense from Chaudhry. Just getting his eye in. Good over this one from Swepson. 5 runs and a wicket. Considering that he went for, 17 off the first over? 18? 19? Even it probably was. Final ball of the over. Swepson to Chaudhry. Bends away again. Oh, he didn't have any idea about that one, Chaudhry. And it goes very fine on the leg side. They race through for a single, but he did not look comfortable at all playing that one. Chaudhry's off the mark, and the feeling has just changed in this one. 2 for 85, the Hurricanes. 2 for 86, 8 overs gone. They are still ahead of the required run rate, but wickets always help dry that up a little bit. And Kuhnemann now. Kuhnemann on to bowl. Yeah, for sure. I always love these interviews with the players, and it's like, I mean, on the fly, I can't really think of anything. Give me a swing and a miss, a big shout for LBW. Not given. Well, this is close, I reckon. They're talking about a review. Nah, Khawaja's not interested. Usman's not interested in that in the slightest. Kuhnemann was very, very keen. So there must suggest there must have been a sound there, must have been some bat on it. Kuhnemann into Chaudhry, who's not looking comfortable. Scoops this one from outside off. Turns it square on the leg side for 1. And Caleb Jewell on strike. Caleb Jewell on strike is better for the Hurricanes at the moment. But yeah, these... it's the same in the NRL as well. The halftime chats, and here in the cricket, the boundary side chats, and it's like they're so pointless, really. They're so pointless. Like, her first question to him was, "How do you feel, mate? You feel like you're still in it?" Like, what's he going to say? Nah, we're done. We're toast. Of course a player's not going to say that. They're just the biggest waste of time ever, these boundary side interviews. How you feeling? You still in the game? Nah, we stink. We got no chance of chasing this down now. We've lost our best batsman. Like, come on, of course he's going to say, yeah, of course we can. Of course we're feeling good about it. Chaudhry drives this one out to extra cover for 1. The required run rate now. The required run rate drifting back out towards 10 and over and beyond. Wide down the leg side and called immediately. Kuhnemann's got to bowl that one again. 4 of the over. 2 still to come. Two for 90. Down the leg side again. Could have been left for a wide again, but just pushed out to the leg side for 1. Yeah, Captain Redbeard, 100%. I would love some honesty from the sidelines. Some brutal honesty like that would certainly give me a laugh. I don't know. I just think, as I said, I can't really think of it off the top of my head. I would need to be not concentrating on the game and have a think about it. But I mean, surely there's better questions to ask. It just feels so stock standard, like predetermined. So how are you feeling about the game? Yeah. There's got to be better questions and better use of that time on the sidelines there. You've got this access to the players. Let's get some more interesting information. It's like State of Origin every year, Captain Redbeard. On Fox Sports, they do this article on Fox Sports every year of the former players tipping State of Origin. And wouldn't you know, all the former Queensland players tip Queensland. All the former Blues players tip the Blues. It's like, what a pointless article. Like, don't get all these former players onto a panel and ask them to tip who's going to win. Ask them like proper, legitimate questions about the game. Like, what's going through the heads of the captain in these moments when there's 10 minutes left on the clock, the team's down by 4. Walk us through the process of a captain. What's going through your mind? What are you thinking? If a penalty comes your way, what are you going to call? That sort of thing. Not, who are you going for? 2 for 93 here. Swepson back into the attack. Starts with a dot and a single. Floats this one up and Jules swings and misses. Cops it in the nuts, I think. He's reeled away from that in a world of pain. This is why cricketers wear boxers. Jules on 40. Sweeps this one away. There's protection out there. Plenty of protection out there on the rope and the leg side. And it's just a single, and things have slowed down big time here for the Hurricanes. The required run rate has gone out to 2.38. 10.38. 2.38. That'd be a cakewalk. 10.45 now. Lisa Johnston, thank you very much for the follow. Chowdhury has a big swipe at this. And he picks out the man at deep mid-wicket for a single. Two for 95. Swepson with a full toss, but there's plenty of protection again. They get in each other's way there, the fielders. Miscommunication. They've nearly wiped each other out. Max Bryant and Nick Sweeney. 10 overs gone. It's 2 for 97. And the Brisbane Heat might just have a cheeky nose ahead at the line here at the halfway mark. Let's see what the bookies say. I've got the Brisbane Heat slightly ahead here, to be honest. At the halfway point, we have got on Sportsbet the Brisbane Heat $1.55 and the Hobart Hurricanes $2.40. So I would say that the bookies agree with me at the moment. Brisbane Heat slightly ahead at the halfway point. 2 for 97. The required run rate, 10.5. The current run rate, for the first time, has dropped below that to 9.7. Time for a drink. Well, not for me. A drinks break for the players. I don't need a drinks break. I will have a quick rest my voice break, though, at the end of the 10th over there, and we'll be back. I would say Brisbane Heat slightly ahead here at the moment. The run chase continues after this. Took Light says, what a game of cricket. And Maxo, obviously not a fan of that. Captain Redbeard says that DJ Fire was the best thing that could have happened. For the Heat, it looks like a Chowdhury. Chowdhury scoops this one from outside off. Over the leg side for 4. He's nearly wiped out the man on the Segway. Beautiful shot from Chowdhury. Reaching down. Oh, he's nearly taken it on the bounce there as well. Wide, outside off. Well wide from Kuhneman. Overcorrects. Fire says up the Heat. Oh, look, everyone, it's the Fire. The Fire from the DJ booth is now in the chat room on TikTok. Welcome along, Fire. You did some fantastic work there earlier, slowing down the pace of the game. Chook Light reckons an easy W for the Heat boys. Kuhneman in again. Jewel on the sweep. Just a single. I can just imagine. So Michelle's asked legit, how do you drive those segways and operate a camera? Honestly, I reckon there's so many like old school cameramen and camera women, camera people, camera persons, camera non-gender disclosed people that are looking at like, oh God, they're out of jobs now because not only do you have to operate a camera, you've got to operate a Segway as well. There will be so many people out there, former camera persons, just looking at this going, sons of bitches. I used to be able to just stand there and turn the camera around. And now you've got to be able to have a bloody Segway license and Heat belong on top. Ahoy there. Welcome along. Two for 106 at the end of the 11th. A rather uneventful over, that one from Kuhneman, apart from that first ball that was nearly caught on the bounce from the Segway operator. 10.67, the required run rate. The Hurricanes, 2 for 106, traveling along at 9.64 and over. Lisa Johnston, thank you very much for sharing the live stream there on TikTok. Wasted Water Sports, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, and not for the BBL, but typically also live on Twitch and live on Facebook as well. Wasted Water Sports on all those platforms. We also have an Instagram, but I never post to it. I've got to get off my ass and start posting to Instagram as well, but it's Wasted Water Sports over there on Instagram too. Matthew Dolby says, need Hobart. Going to be a tough chase. Need Tim David, big hitting. But at the moment, it's Caleb Jewell turning Nisa off the hips for 1. Fine on the leg side. Just a single to start. 2 for 107. For the Hurricanes, they've just got to make sure that the required run rate doesn't blow out too badly. For the Brisbane Heat, obviously wickets. Wickets are the key. They've got to take wickets. Chook Light asks who I'm supporting. Well, I'm a Brisbane Heat fan. Chook Light. A long-suffering Brisbane Heat fan who was over the moon about last season. Nisa into Chowdhury. Backs away. Gives himself room. Scoops it over the top of mid-off. And away to the boundary for 4. Well, Chowdhury starting to get into his work now. Starting to get into it. Slower ball from Nisa. Chowdhury just lifts it square on the leg side. Swepson, I think it is, out there on the boundary. Just the one. Chook Light asked my favourite cricket shot. Oh, well, back when I played, I was all about just a tonk. My strongest shot was straight through the swinging arc. An on drive, over the top of mid-on, lofted shot, over the top of mid-on, all the way over, long on for 6. Another single here, bringing Chaudhry back on strike. Jewel moves to 47. Seven off this over so far, 10.68, the required rate. Wide down the leg side, and it is called. Pinged it immediately. The umpire, Nathan Cleary's in the chat room. Ahoy, Nathan Cleary. Nisa with 2 balls left. A slower one again on the pads. Punched away to the leg side. Just the one. They thought about 2. That would have been crazy. Lisa Johnston, ahoy. Thank you so much once again for the follow, for the like, and for the share. Very much appreciate it. 2 for 115. The Hurricanes. Very, very delicately poised game here. AJ, RG, thank you very much for the follow. Jewel tries to pull this away from outside off. And it's through to the keeper. A dot ball to finish. 2 for 115 at the end of 12. Harry Mercer, thank you very much for the follow. Delicately poised game, this one. So the required run rate drifting out towards 11 now. 10.88. But wickets in the dugout is the key. They still have 8 wickets left in the dugout. The Hurricanes. And the Worms are looking very tight at the moment. The Hurricanes obviously started off ahead. They pulled back in. They got ahead again. They've fallen behind a little bit of the Worm. But still very, very evenly poised to this game. So evenly poised. It's in the balance, this one. Well in the balance. Kuhneman to Chaudhry. Top edge for 4. Will it race away? Swepson's after it, but it does go all the way down to the rope. Through the slips. It's lucky. It's more asked than class, but they'll take it. A big boundary to start the over. Two for 119. The partnership is 34 of 27. And they're just building at the moment, these two. A power surge up the sleeve. Chaudhry scopes it over the top of mid-on, all the way out to cow corner there for a 4. Nisa diving at it. Can't come up with the stop. Back-to-back boundaries. Chaudhry. He has started to get going. The commentator's curse in the chat room. The chat room curse from Matthew Dolby, I think. Matthew in the YouTube chat saying these two don't hit enough boundaries. And Chaudhry just went back to back. He went, I'll show you, Matthew. 9 from this over so far. Bended back down the pitch. Jewel, 47 off 34. You get the feeling that Caleb Jewell, his mind at some point shifted towards that half century. He's really slowed down. Sweeps this one away from outside off into the gap for 4, is it? Diving and saving it. As Marnus, Labuschagne, Xavier Bartlett scoops it up and keeps it to 2. That is some great fielding. Well, Marnus is having a day out. Could Marnus come in and bowl a couple of overs of spin? It seems like it might be his day. Solid with the bat. He has now saved a boundary. Caleb Jewell moves to 49. Kuhneman in. Pushes to the offside through the man in the circle. And that is his 50. 50 up for Caleb Jewell. And maybe he can go back to actually batting. He really slowed down. Once he got to the sort of late 30s, early 40s, Caleb Jewell's mind clearly went towards his half century. Now that he's got it, maybe he can go back to batting how he was early in the innings. Matthew says this game will be decided by the Johnson overs. How many does he have left? Good question. Let's have a look at that. Spencer Johnson is surely being held off at the moment for power surge, you would think. He'll bowl one of the surge overs, surely, and then possibly hold him back for one at the very death. At the moment, Spencer Johnson's bowled 2. Yeah. Jeez. Swepson back into the attack, and Chowdhury gets down to the pitch of this one. Sweeps it away to the man at deep square leg, and they come back for 2. You'd almost, you'd be tempted if you're the Hurricanes. I'm not suggesting that they do this, but I'm just saying as an option, as a tactical option, you would almost be considering calling the surge just to lure Spencer Johnson back into the bowling attack, wouldn't you? Get him to bowl an over. Because clearly the Brisbane Heat at the moment are dictating terms with Spencer Johnson. They'll be holding him off. He's got 2 overs left. They'll be holding 1 for the power surge and 1 for the back end. Call the surge early. Pull one of those overs out earlier than expected as Jewell pulls this away. And they come back for 2. Fire. I go for the Brisbane Heat. Decade hates short cover. That is the most fabulous username I think I've ever seen. Decade hates short cover. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. Swepson in again. Jewell sweeps him away in the air. Over the top of the man at deep square. 4. Well, he's misread it. The man at deep square has started charging in towards the ball. It's gone over his head for 4. It should have been a simple catch on the rope. It should have been a simple take on the rope. Was that McSweeney? McSweeney, you big goof. McSweeney has started charging in, and the ball flies over his head on the bounce for 4. If he stays where he is, he takes the catch. And apparently it would have been a no ball anyway. Well, it's a no ball. So the catch wouldn't have counted regardless. Well, this is just a travesty of errors here for the Brisbane Heat. The catch, and now it's wide outside off. Swepson. Swepson is having a stinker of a BBL 14. He really is. Wide outside off now. Unbelievable. Now Jewell lifts it over the top of mid-off. Xavier Bartlett charges forward. They come back for 2. Extremely well run. I can't believe what I just saw before, though. McSweeney, I'm sure it was out there at deep square leg. If he stands where he is, he takes a simple catch on the rope. But then, turns out Swepson bowled a no ball anyway. So, floats this one up. Slower ball on the pads. Turned away. Fine. There's protection out there, though. And Maxi Bryant, out at deep fine leg, cuts it off. Keeps it to a single. And the Brisbane Heat are just throwing this game away at the moment with the bowling. Mad Dog, thank you very much for the GG. Mad Dog, you mad... no, I'm not allowed to say it. Has anyone seen those videos? I think they're from Adelaide, aren't they? Is it Adelaide where Mad Dog's from? Those viral YouTube videos that Mad Dog riding the bike around and there's that... Yeah, the old guy on the bike, yes. And there was that group of, I'm assuming, teenagers or like early 20-year-olds that would always drive past him and yell out, "Mad Dog, you mad!" And he'd be like, "You're young." Good times, good times. James Kane, ahoy, mate. Welcome back. 2 for 143 here after 14. 59 runs off 36 with 8 wickets in the dugout. Should be easy for the Hurricanes from here on in. The Brisbane Heat need wickets, and they need wickets quick, smart, and they need multiple wickets. James Kane says, who's winning this? Hurricanes are on top at the moment, I would say, as Nisa in to bowl his last. A half volley on the leg side, punched down the ground. Just a single to start. Caleb Jewell back on strike. Let's see if the bookies agree with me. Does Sportsbet agree with me that the Hurricanes are favourites at the moment? Oh, yes, they do. The Hobart Hurricanes, $1.26 favourites. The Brisbane Heat have blown out to $3.50. Caleb Jewell on strike, 60 or 41. Backs away. Edges dropped. You're kidding me. Alsop drops it. That was the game in the balance right there. Caleb Jewell, 60 or 41. Nisa bangs it on a perfect line and length. And Alsop, with a regulation catch, spills it. And we've been saying all season, why is Jimmy Pearson on the outer? If Jimmy Pearson is not injured, why is he not playing? And Alsop has made a complete cock and balls out of this. Down it goes. A regulation catch that potentially swings this game, and he puts it down. That is a massive, massive moment in this contest. Caleb Jewell dropped on 60. That is a big, big let-off. Honestly, Jimmy Pearson, I would not at all hold it against him if he moves on to another franchise next year. And now Caleb Jewell dropped on 60, pulls this with authority over deep square leg for 6. Drop me at your peril. 6 runs. .72 meters square of the wicket on the leg side. Now off the top edge. Will it drop in safely? It does. Bounces in front of Swepson. And they come through for a single. 11 off this over, I think it is. 10 off this over so far. 1 ball to go. Chowdhury on strike, 32 off 24. He's batted well. Looking uncomfortable at the start. Pulls this away. It's a short ball. And he pulls it away for 6. Nickel Chowdhury now getting in on the action. 16 runs off the over. And they are calling the power surge now. They have called it immediately. They didn't even wait for the start of the next over. They have called it immediately. As soon as Chowdhury pulled that away for 6, they have signalled for the surge. And I'm afraid, as a Brisbane Heat supporter, the defending champions are going out of this very, very limp-wristed and not offering any sort of resistance whatsoever. Xavier Bartlett will come in to bowl, and Spencer Johnson presumably will bowl the other one. Power surge is called. The power surge is called. It's 2 for 159. 15 overs gone. Xavier Bartlett, none for 20 off his 2 so far. They pretty much need a wicket off the first ball here. Xavier Bartlett needs to break through. Caleb Jewell, 68 off 44. Chowdhury, 38 off 25. The Hurricanes well and truly on top here. 43 needed off 30 is a walk in the park with 8 wickets left. Bartlett, a slower ball on the leg side. Jewell does not get to that at all, but lifts it over the top of the infield for 1 run. They're asking Khawaja on the microphone, how do you get back into this? Going to take out catches. Too late for that. Too bloody late for that, Usman. (42 of 29). That is the equation. With 8 wickets left in the dugout, should be a pretty easy prospect. Bartlett to Chowdhury. Chowdhury gives himself room on the leg side. Bartlett follows him. Just a single again. 2 good deliveries. 2 good balls to start. Tim David waiting in the wings. If there's a wicket, they're bringing David in for the power surge. A slow half volley, and Jewell steps across to the offside. And that poor lady on the boundary wanted nothing to do with that ball. Nothing to do with that ball at all. Caleb Jewell dropped on 60. A regulation catch to Alsop behind the stumps. And he moves to 73 now, making them pay the ultimate price, probably their season. 2 for 165. Singles wouldn't do it. No, Will. They need 8.22 and over. Steps across the stumps again, Jewell. Whips it away, but Spencer Johnson fields it. And they come through for a single. Yeah, singles off every ball won't get the job done for them. But at 8.31 and over, it's all they really need to be thinking at the moment is 1 boundary. Just 1 boundary and over. Singles the rest of the balls, and we're absolutely fine. The pressure is all on the bowling team in this equation. Xavier Bartlett, 7 off this over. 2 to go. Chowdhury on strike. Gets underneath it, scoops it up in the air. Will it be taken? Yes! The man running around from mid-on, running backwards towards the rope, slides across on his knees and takes the catch. Chowdhury's gone, playing a shot that he really didn't need to play. And Xavier Bartlett gets the breakthrough. McSweeney takes the catch. And the Brisbane Heat, they have opened the gate just a little bit again. Xavier Bartlett's pumped up. And Tim David will wander out to the crease now. Surely they elevate Tim David here in a power surge. 3 for 166. The Hurricanes. Chowdhury, an unnecessary wicket. Didn't need to be playing that shot. It just opens the door. You're well and truly on top. You're in control. You've got 2 set batsmen. It boggles my mind the amount of times we see it. You just throw your wicket away and you open the door for the opposition. Crazy stuff. 3 for 166. And here he comes, Tim David. Elevated in the batting order, of course. You want him out there when there's a power surge. He's got one ball to face here from Xavier Bartlett. Hodgie's honkers, ahoy there. Your super coach is cooked. That's no good, mate. Bartlett to David. Down the ground for no run. A dot ball to finish. A big breakthrough. 3 for 166. Oh, it's still game on here. Still game on. 16 overs gone. Four overs to bowl. Here comes Spencer Johnson. We knew this was going to be the case. Spencer Johnson would bowl a surge over, and they'll hold him back for one at the death as well. Caleb Jewell on strike. 74 or 47. He was dropped on 60, and he pulls this one away into the gap. Should be 2. Easy 2 there. 34 runs needed off 23 balls. Still with 7 wickets in the dugout. Should be a pretty easy ask for the batting side. With that many wickets left, that many batsmen left to come, they should still make pretty light work of it. But if Johnson can rip through Caleb Jewell here, Jewell gets under it. Has he got enough on it? This should be taken. Deep mid-wicket comes in, slides, takes the catch. Another one down. This game is not over yet. Spencer Johnson gets one, and it's a biggie. Caleb Jewell, 76 or 49, is on his way. He just got under this a little too much. Straight up in the air. And again, sliding across on his knees. McSweeney, back-to-back catches. The Brisbane Heat with 2 quick wickets. The gate has just opened up a little bit further. Tim David still out there, though, for the Hurricanes. 4 for 168, 16.2. They're refusing to go away here, the home side. Matthew Wade out to the crease. .34 needed off 22. 6 wickets still in the dugout. This game looked dead and buried, but it still has a spark of life. .34 of 22. Johnson to Wade. Turns it off the pads for 1. They take the quick single down to mid-on. And it brings Tim David on strike. 2 fresh batsmen out there, though, is the worst possible scenario for the Hurricanes here. In these power surge overs, you don't want fresh batsmen out there. But if you were to pick a fresh batsman to go and face the surge, you would want Tim David to be one of them, I dare say. So there is that. You don't want 2 fresh batsmen out there, but as long as there's a Tim David, they should be fine. .33 off 21. Johnson. Big 3 balls. This one bangs it in short. David slashes at it. Almost picks out the man at mid-off. It bounces just in front. of Usman Khawaja. Centimeters in front of him. And that would have been the biggest turning point of the match so far. Centimeters in front of the man there at mid-off. Usman Khawaja. What a moment that would have been. A dot ball, though, nonetheless. Johnson to David. Over the top of the keeper for 4. Over the top of the keeper for 4 runs. Four buys. It's missed everything and everyone. It's going to be a free hit too. Maybe. Spencer Johnson signals a free hit. He thinks he's bowled a no ball. No word from the umpires. Spencer Johnson thinks he's bowled a no ball. Spencer Johnson immediately signaled to his teammates, yeah, there's a free hit incoming here. There has been no call from the umpires. It's a fair delivery. So, Spencer Johnson telling Porkies. 29 off 19. 4 for 173. Spencer Johnson will still have another over after this one. Tim David on strike. Hasn't got hold of the ball yet tonight. Swing and a miss. And it beats the keeper again. But he got a glove to it and knocked it off to the man on the circle. So no run. A dot ball to finish. It's 4 for 173. 29 runs needed off 18 balls. With 6 wickets in the dugout, you would have to favour the batting side to get the job done from here, you would think. And Sportsbet still with me at the moment. Hurricanes $1.33. Brisbane Heat $3.25. Spencer Johnson will have 1 over left at the death. He'll probably bowl over 19. Kuhneman in. 29 off 18. Kuhneman none for 28 off his 3 so far. So almost 10 and over, which is exactly what they need. Kuhneman to Wade. Wade advances down the pitch, punches to the leg side for 1, thinking about 2. They want 2, and they get it. A slight misfield from Kuhneman off his own bowling. That's all they need to do here, the Hurricanes. Push the 2s. Dispatch the bad balls. $27 off 17. This game going down to the wire. Who'd have thought the way that it started? Wade sweeps from outside off. Just a single. Protection out there on the leg side boundary. 26 needed off 16. Tim David on strike. These are big, big deliveries. The Brisbane Heat, if they can see the back of Tim David. Kuhneman. Onto the leg side. Turned away for 1. Controlled batting there from Tim David. 25 off 15. 9.75 and over is what's required. They don't need to hit every single ball over the rope. Turn some 1s into 2s. Wade slashes at this outside off. Misses it. And a dot ball. They're going to have a look at this for the stumping, but nobody seems particularly excited about the stumping. But a dot ball for the Brisbane Heat, valuable. More valuable than gold at the moment. A dot ball. Wade thought about advancing. He's always in the crease there, Matt Wade. Never lifts the foot. He's all good. 25 runs needed. 14 balls. Kuhneman's bowled very well this over. Just 4 runs from it. They need a boundary now, the Hurricanes. Pressure is on the batting team. A boundary is needed off these next 2 balls. Wade on strike. Kuhneman floats it up. Oh, he tonks it back at the bowler. Kuhneman stopped it, but he's hurt himself in the process. It's just a single, but I don't know if Kuhneman's going to be able to continue here. I don't know if Kuhneman's going to be able to bowl this last ball. Matthew Wade has tonked it back at him. Kuhneman does well to stop it, but he has hurt himself here. This comes straight back down the pitch onto the thumb, the base of the thumb. It looks like it's not his bowling hand, at least. But Kuhneman's repelled away from this immediately. And he's going to... Marnus is going to bowl the last ball. Kuhneman's gone. Kuhneman is off the field. And Marnus Labuschagne is going to bowl the final ball of Kuhneman's over. Labuschagne to David. 24 off 13. This could be the ball that decides the game. If Labuschagne gets sent, this would be a valuable dot ball. Labuschagne to David. Fires it in. David slashes away outside off for 4. Big runs. Big runs. 20 runs needed off the last 2 overs. 20 off 12. Spencer Johnson will definitely bowl 1. Who will bowl the other? Have they saved Xavier Bartlett? Who have they got here, the Brisbane Heat? Who have they got left? Spencer Johnson's definitely got 1. Xavier Bartlett's got 1. Well, it's pretty obvious who's going to bowl them then. It is pretty obvious who's going to bowl these last 2 overs. Can the Hobart Hurricanes manufacture 20 runs off the final 2 overs with Johnson and Bartlett to bowl? 6 wickets left in the dugout. Tim David really hasn't made contact with 1 yet. The way that we expect to see Tim David contact, he hasn't tonight. Here we go. 20 off 12. Spencer Johnson to Matt Wade. Wade looks for the ramp, doesn't get hold of it, and they come through for a single. Spencer Johnson interested in the LBW. He's the only one. He's the only one right now. Well, the pitch is in line. That's about it, I think. Oh, they're going to have a look here. They've actually called the review. Well, they've called the review here, the Brisbane Heat. Well, Spencer Johnson was very keen on it. He was literally the only one. Matthew Wade's gone for the ramp, misses it, and it's off his glove onto the pad. So I've got to say that that's probably going about half a metre over the top of the stumps, just based on that. Matthew Wade off his glove. He was down on a knee there looking to ramp it. An ambitious review there from Spencer Johnson. Straight out of the Shane Watson School of Reviews. They're through for a single, though. 20 runs needed off 11 balls. Tim David on strike. Ball toss, outside off, slashed away for 4. Well, Tim David's going to do it again. Tim David, the Iceman. He's going to come through again, is he? You wouldn't read about it. The resume that this man is building up, 15 off 10. Oh, God. Honestly, give me 6 Tim Davids in my batting lineup if I'm building a dream team. 6 Tim Davids, thanks. And 5 Curtly Ambroses. $15 runs off 10. The required now for the Hobart Hurricanes. The Brisbane Heat, they're seasoned. Hanging by a thread now. Johnson to David. Fallen on middle stump. Driven down the ground. Will it go all the way? Long off. Comes around and fields it. They'll come back for 2. 13 off 9. 6 wickets in the dugout. It's advantage Hurricanes. Advantage Hurricanes from this scenario. Wickets in the dugout is the key. Johnson with 3 balls left. 7 from this over so far. Ball toss outside off. Swing and a miss. And a crucial dot ball. 13 off 8. Oh, well bowled. Tim David 11 off 9. Wade, 6 off 6. The field is in an arc, a cup around the keeper. Suggests Johnson's going to pitch all of these up. These are all going to get pitched up. Bags it in short. Top edge. Racing back to take the catch and taking it. That is a monstrous wicket. Swepson diving backwards. Takes the catch. Spencer Johnson gets his 3rd, and it is the big wicket of Tim David. There is still life here for the Brisbane Heat. Tim David is a massive wicket. And Swepson takes the catch, and they know how big that was. Matthew Wade is now with 13 runs needed off 7 balls. Matthew Wade. It's all on him. Dipanshu Kumar. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. I'm from Brisbane, Australia. And this game is going down to the wire, to the very last over. The Brisbane Heat, their season potentially on the line. Why aren't I at the game? Because this is what I do for work, Will. This is my job. I stream alternative cricket, not cricket. I stream alternative sports commentary to social media. So if I'm at the game, I'm not working. And if I'm not working, I'm not making any money. Final ball of the over. Spencer Johnson. It's been a big one. I mean, a good one for him. Doran backs away on the leg side, gives himself room, just a single. Oh, they're pushing for 2, and they get the 2. Well, Matthew Wade did need the strike, I suppose. 11 runs off the last over. And Xavier Bartlett will bowl it. KJ, ahoy there. Alternative, question mark. Yes, alternative as in, you know, not what's on the TV. And what other sports do we do? We're going to be doing the Six Nations. We're going to be doing the Super Rugby. We're going to be doing the ICC Champions Trophy. And we always do the NRL. State of Origin. There's a Lions tour coming up. We're going to be covering the WWE Royal Rumble on February 2nd. Lots of things coming up here. And here we go, the final over. And the Brisbane Heat have failed to keep up their over rate, which means an extra fielder up inside the circle. 11 runs needed off 6 balls. Matthew Wade on strike. Xavier Bartlett bowling. Here we go. It has all come down to this. 11 runs off 6 balls. Xavier Bartlett 1 for 27 off his 3 so far. This would be his biggest over conceded if the Hurricanes get home from here. Matthew Wade on strike. Five for 191, 11 off 6. Bartlett starts his run up. Matthew Wade, an experienced campaigner. Slower ball, Begnan short, chops it down the ground for 1. Do they push for 2? They do push for 2, and they get it. 9 off 5. Well, they had to go for it, didn't they? They had to go for it. Matthew Wade is the key here. Nine or 5. They had to push for the second. Even if there was a wicket at the non-strikers end. Bartlett took the pace off the ball, that first one. Takes the pace off again. There's no 2 here, surely. They're going to push for it. No, they don't. Caught in no man's land. Chance of a run out at the keeper's end. Just the 1. 8 runs needed off 4 balls. Oh, they're missing Tim David. They are missing Tim David here, the Hurricanes. If Tim David is out there, the Hurricanes are a red-hot chance. Eight runs needed or 4 balls. Xavier Bartlett's taking the pace off. He's bowling well. Take the pace off. And it becomes very, very hard to hit. Doran on strike. Slower ball. Top edge through for 4, is it? It's racing away over the outfield for 4. A top edge over the vacant slip cordon. 4 runs. 4 runs off 3 balls. Beautifully bowled from Bartlett. That did not deserve a boundary. A top edge over the keeper, over the vacant slips for 4 runs. 4 off 3. Five for 198. Bartlett, 3 balls left. What can he come up with? Doran on strike. Goes for the ramp. Scoops it over the top of the keeper, and it's away. They'll come back for 2. They race back for 2 runs. Have they pushed the 3rd? Hands on heads from Maxi Bryant. They came back for 2. 2 runs needed off 2 balls. Oh, super over. Jocker has been screaming. I think it's Jocker. Screaming in the chat room in TikTok for a super over. We could see it. 2 runs needed off 2 balls. We could very well see it. Jock has been calling it, I think, for about 2.5 overs now. 2 runs of 2 balls. This has gone down to the very wire. NRL Super King, ahoy there. Bartlett in again. 2 of 2. Doran on strike. A half volley, slow ball, swing and a miss. They come through for the single. They come through for the bye. And it is 1 run needed now off the final ball. The field has got to come up. They've got to bring everyone up now inside the circle. Oh, they can't watch in the crowd. That kid's crying into his hand. This is probably his first Big Bash game. He's crying into his hands here. Can't believe they've let this one slip. Mr. Bean looks cool, calm and collected. Completely zoned out, actually. Mr. Bean's obviously had some good stuff at the innings break. Jeez. 1 run needed off 1 ball. The Brisbane Heat, their season potentially on the line. The field has got to be up. The entire field has to come in right now. And this is what Colin Munro failed to do a few games ago. There was only 1 run needed, and they didn't bring the field in. Well, there's an interesting stat. 5 years since there's been a super over in the BBL. Could it be tonight? 1 run needed from 1 ball. Xavier Bartlett to Matthew Wade. Matthew Wade, I don't think, has got clean contact with a single ball tonight so far. They will run for anything here, the Hurricanes batsman. Wade on strike. Bartlett, full toss, scooped away. That's the match. Matthew Wade sends it over deep square leg for 6. The Hurricanes have won on the last ball. They go top of the table, and the Brisbane Heat now, their job becomes very, very difficult. Matthew Wade, he has not got hold of a single ball all night in the 8 deliveries that he's faced. And he waited for the final ball to finally hit one clean. And it is the match winner. The Hurricanes by 5 wickets move to the top of the table, and the Brisbane Heat now relying on other results to go their way if they're going to defend their championship. A 5-wicket victory. They've pulled it out of the fire again. The Hurricanes showing their resilience. Sydney Sixers like resilience here from the Hurricanes, which is a very good sign. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Maybe BBL 14 is their year. Could it be the year of the Hurricane? We'll find out. Oh, Spencer Johnson, evil eyeing Matthew Wade there. We just saw the Disney villain in him right there. The look, the sideways evil glance that he just gave Matty Wade. My God. Mr. Bean out to shake hands now. Bruce Reid reincarnate. Oh, boy, take a breath, everybody. Wow. BBL 14 has delivered on so many levels, right? Like, so many games have gone down to the wire. There we go. It is official on the standings. The Hobart Hurricanes move to the top of the table. The Brisbane Heat remain in 5th. Everybody now, every team still with 1 game to play. BBL 14 has been no joke. You know, people talk about T20 cricket being hit and giggle, not a real form of cricket, that sort of thing. And look, I myself have been guilty of that in the past. BBL 14, though, in this shortened format, this shortened season, this has been the real deal. This has been one of the most exciting cricket tournaments that I think I've ever watched, ever been privileged to be part of. Cricket is not my number one sport. Cricket is not even probably in my top 5 of sports. But BBL 14 has delivered in spades. This has been one of the most fascinating things that I've ever covered. Man of the match was Caleb Jewell. 76 of 49 balls, controlled that run chase, and he gets himself a KFC box as just rewards. Sam Callister says, "Come on, Bartlett, while you're bowling leg side full toss, especially to Wade, who loves it on the leg side." Well, bowling's been the issue for the Brisbane Heat in their title defence. I felt like the batting was a little bit light on this year, but my biggest concern has been the bowling. The bowling just hasn't lived up to expectation. Oh, God, what a game. Archie17 says, Brisbane Heat wicketkeeper sucks. Oh, God, Archie, don't get me started, mate. Don't get me started. For the love of God, I can't understand why Pearson's not playing. I understand. I'm pretty sure Alsop's an international, so we probably spent a lot of money on him. So it's kind of like, it's one of those scenarios. It's like we spent so much money on this guy, we got to play him. I think. Actually, let me look that up. I'm pretty sure Alsop's one of our internationals. But I can't believe, honestly, I mean, what has Jimmy Pearson... Did Jimmy Pearson sleep with one of the selectors' wives or something? Like, yeah, Tom Alsop, an English cricketer. Did Jimmy Pearson bang one of the selectors' wives? Like, what has he done? What has Jimmy Pearson done to be on the outer? Alsop was solid with the bat, but as a wicketkeeper, terrible. Dropped an absolute sitter. Regulation keeper catch. I mean, honestly, I've said it multiple times throughout this season that I would absolutely forgive Jimmy Pearson if he decides to leave and go to another franchise next year. BBL 15, look for Jimmy Pearson to be one of the best wicketkeepers in the league with another franchise. We've seen it time and time again with the Brisbane Heat. Players just seem to find themselves on the outer. You know, it happened with Ben Cutting. Ben Cutting was the fall guy. For some reason, Ben Cutting became the whipping boy of Brisbane Heat. Undeservedly so, mind you, in my opinion. Completely undeservingly so. So he went, you know what? I'm out of here. Up yours, Brisbane. I'm leaving. I would not at all hold it against Jimmy Pearson if he decides to do the same. Jimmy Pearson has been dropped twice this season alone. For some reason. I can't make heads or tails out of it. I really can't understand it. I mean, it's frustrating. As a Brisbane Heat supporter, it's just pure frustration. The selectors, and we've signed Colin Munro to a multi-year deal. Are you kidding me? Colin Munro couldn't open my can of beer, let alone open the batting, and we've signed him to a multi-year deal? Come on. Anyway, I digress. Will Main, ahoy mate, welcome back. What a game we've just witnessed. The Hobart Hurricanes are showing championship-worthy qualities. Let's focus on that for the moment, right? Brisbane Heat bashing aside, let's focus on what we witnessed tonight. The Hobart Hurricanes, once again, for the second time in a row, showing championship qualities. Fighting back constantly throughout the course of the game. finding a way to win. And the benefit that the Hurricanes have compared to, say, the Sydney Sixers, who are probably the biggest threat at the moment, I would say. The Sydney Sixers are about to lose Steve Smith. About to lose, who else are they losing? The Beatles says if the Hurricanes win the grand final, then that means they won the grand final. Can't argue at all with that logic, sir. Cheers. Certainly can't argue with that logic. See, the Hurricanes have been into the final, I believe, twice before, and they've lost both finals. I just feel like this could be their year. Could be the year of the Hurricane. Geza Bells says, which team does Constas play for? Constas is Sydney Thunder, right? I think so. Anyway, quick break. I'll be right back. Wow. All right. Here we are. We've got a replay of the fire in the grandstand. It was all happening there. Lockie Bragger. Oops. Brody. Okay, let's try and catch up on the chat. Brody Coleman. That was pure pain as a Heat fan. Exet says almost cried. Lockie Bragger says, why is Alsop even in the team? Good question. If it wasn't for Alsop, we would have won. Not necessarily. Alsop contributed very well with the bat. I mean, let's give the devil his dues, right? Is the saying. Give the devil his dues. If Alsop didn't bat the way that he did, Brisbane Heat probably don't even get 201. But the thing is, as a wicketkeeper, and therefore wicket-keeping being the reason that he was selected, yes, you're absolutely right. Jimmy Pearson would have done that. Jimmy Pearson would have played that role exactly the same. I don't understand why. Honestly, I don't get it. The Brisbane Heat recruitment, I do not understand it. We've got Jimmy Pearson. Why are we even buying an international wicketkeeper? Why? We don't need one. We need a lot more. We need a lot more. Just general batsmen. We don't need a wicketkeeper. We got Jimmy Pearson. So anyway, I don't know. Ponga Goat, you were at the game. Very nice. I bet it was a good atmosphere for the most part. Archie, do we know why Pearson isn't playing? Well, not exactly. Like, he's got to be injured, right? Jimmy Pearson has to be injured. It's the only thing that makes sense. Because honestly, it doesn't make any sense. If Jimmy Pearson is fit to play, why have we even spent all that money on an international English wicketkeeper who can't even catch a regulation edge diving to his left? Lockie Bragger says, I'll ask my mate. who is in the Heat squad and let you know tomorrow night. The only thing that makes sense is if he's injured. It just makes no sense to me. Like, you've got a wicket keeper. I mean, that'd be like, yeah, I don't know. Do not know. Ice Cream Sandwich says, wait, we lost after putting up 201? Damn. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. A very Brisbane Heat thing to do. Scorchers can't make the finals. That is correct. Yeah, the Scorchers are out. Renegades are out. It's going to be very difficult now for the Brisbane Heat. They're going to need results to go their way now. But there's still a chance. Frenzy AU, we played so terrible in the fielding. Oh, the dropped catches. Now the catching did get better as the innings went on. But those dropped catches at the start were very, very costly. McSweeney tossed his wicket away with the batting. I reckon 220. 220 was probably the score, right? It's easy to say that on reflection, but they looked like they were set to get about 220 before the wickets started to tumble. Name one good player tonight other than Marnus and Johnson. Okay. One good player other than Marnus and Johnson. Oh, for Mitch Owen. I think he means from the Brisbane Heat, though. I think Lockie means from the Brisbane Heat specifically. Yeah. Yeah. Good question. I suppose Kuhneman wasn't terrible. Swepson had one good over and took a good catch. Outside of that, he was pretty awful. Kuhneman was solid without being outstanding. Yeah, very good question. Very good question, and I don't have the answer to that, and that might be the problem. Potentially broke his thumb, yeah. So Matthew Wade, I think it was, who was on strike, absolutely tonked the ball straight back at the bowler. Kuhneman put his hand up to field it, and it hit him right here at the base of the thumb. What? A cricket ball. Okay, this is a baseball. What is this, bloody demented Sesame Street? This baseball. No, but in all seriousness, I don't have a cricket ball on standby, but for some reason I've got a baseball there. The ball was smashed back at him, and it hit right there on the base of the thumb. Right there. Now that hit at full force by Matthew Wade, I'm pretty sure it was, that is going to hurt. Got him right there. That is a lot of pain. A lot of pain right there. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. He was straight off the field, was Kuhneman. Straight off the field. He left immediately and went and got checked, and that ended up being a big ball. In the final wash-up of things, that was actually a big delivery. Marnus Labuschagne having to bowl the last ball of Kuhneman's over, and he got sent for 4. So that actually turned out to be a very big delivery in the end. I mean, imagine if Kuhneman, the way that Kuhneman was bowling, That's probably a single at most, if not a dot ball. Marnus had to bowl the last ball, gets tonked for 4. Yeah, big momentum shift. But, I mean, anyway, there was a lot more reasons than that one moment that they lost. But still, I mean, it was a pretty big moment, a telling moment. I just love how, if you look at the replay, check the replay, and Marnus comes in and he bowls that ball and he gets sent for 4, and he immediately looks down at his fingers like, yeah, that was the problem, Marnus. Not the slow half volley that you just floated up there. But anyway, I mean, it was tough. It's a tough ask, right? It's a tough ask. In fairness to Marnus, it's a tough ask to just come in and bowl one ball. Completely cold as well. Totally cold. He didn't know that he was going to be bowling at all tonight, let alone being asked randomly for one ball. So, crazy, crazy stuff. Oh. Lockie says the Thunder are going to win the comp. I reckon the Hurricanes, personally. The Hurricanes are showing championship qualities. Let's rate the Heat players' season out of 10. Oh, God, well, geez, most players get a 3. Colin Munro gets a 0. Colin's lucky to get a 0. Colin Munro gets a -3. And he's signed up. He's on a multi-year deal. Like, can I just let you know, we are stuck with Colin Munro for a few seasons. Let's find out exactly how many. Actually, Colin Munro Heat contract. Oh, 3-year deal? Yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Tied up. He's tied to the club until 2026. So, last year, this year, 2026. Oh, well, maybe common sense will prevail and he won't be around in 2027. Yeah, actually, Renshaw's been solid. Renshaw's been good. McSweeney has not been great, but he's also not been awful, apart from tonight. And even tonight, to be honest, was a 50-50 game. He threw his wicket away cheaply, and I think he came up with one of the dropped catches, but he also took a couple of really special ones as well. What are my thoughts on Cooper Connolly? Oh, God, I love him. Cooper Youngblood Connolly is one of my favourite players and a very worthy call-up to international duty. Yeah, he's been one of my favourite players in BBL 14. Whether or not he's got a long-lasting future in the test squad. Same with Constas. I reckon the Constas thing will fizzle out pretty quickly. And that's absolutely nothing against Sam Constas. It's just his batting style is not really made for test cricket. He's the sort of batsman that He's the sort of batsman that comes in and because none of the Indians really knew how to bowl to him, right? Here's this new young fella. Most of the Indian players have never even seen him before. Here he comes, takes them by surprise, pulling out ramp shots in Test cricket in the opening overs. You know, like that's only going to go so far. So, look, I think Constas did his job in the Indian series, took them by surprise, threw them off their game, and it worked for this particular series. Long term, though, Constas needs to develop a more traditional style of Test cricket batting if he's going to be the long-term solution. I think it was an ace up the sleeve of the selectors for this particular series, but long-term, that'll get found out very, very quickly by the quality opposition bowlers. Harry Perkins says, thoughts on Uzi being captain for one game, being mic'd up and clearly not concentrating. Well, Colin Munro, we've talked about Colin Munro being terrible anyway, but Colin Munro was out injured, so yeah, I mean, no matter who was picked as the captain, it was only going to be for one game only. Probably made, I don't know. Probably made sense for it. Probably made sense for it to be the koala bear. I don't know who else you would have picked. I mean, Jimmy Pearson would have been the obvious choice if he could get picked. But no, apparently Jimmy Pearson can't get picked because we spent all this waste of money on an English international wicketkeeper who can't catch a regulation edge. All right, I'll calm down. So, honestly, Brisbane Heat are probably... I support some really frustrating teams, right? Can I just say that? Wasted World of Sports. We stream all different types of sports. Legitimately. I mean, don't ask my oftentimes co-host Michelle, because she still seems to think, despite the fact we do all these other things, she still calls it the wasted world of NRL. I don't know how many other things we need to do for her to break that mindset, but I digress. But I support some frustrating teams, right? I've got the Brisbane Heat in the BBL. I've got the Cronulla Sharks in the NRL, who are equally as frustrating as the Brisbane Heat. The Queensland Reds in the Super Rugby. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I may as well just pack it all in and support nobody. Thankfully, I don't do AFL, so I'm saved from another embarrassing team to support. Except Taj goes for the Broncos, the Heat, the Lions, and the Reds. And the Beetle, you go for Richmond in the AFL, and unfortunately West Tigers in the NRL. Well, unfortunately no more, the Beetle. You'll be playing finals footy in 2025. You heard it here first. The West Tigers back in finals contention. I reckon they're going to steal eighth on the ladder. 7th or 8th. They have got a solid team this season. I don't think they're premiership contenders, but they are, at the very least, they're definitely going to be off the wooden spoon, the West Tigers. I reckon they're in finals contention. They'll be top 8 for sure. They have got such a good team this year. They might follow the Canterbury Bulldogs pattern, though. Like, remember, the Bulldogs recruited all these players and they looked fantastic on paper, and they still struggled for that first season. It took the Bulldogs a couple of years under this new regime, under Serraldo and Gus Gould and all this recruitment. It still took them a couple of seasons to live up to their potential and get into the finals in 2024, right? So for the Tigers, I'm excited about what they've got on paper, but maybe they'll follow that Bulldogs pattern. Maybe they still struggle this year. I don't think they get the spoon, but maybe they don't threaten for the finals. But in a year or two, they will definitely be up there if they keep the squad together. I might be getting overexcited about the Tigers for 2025. Lockie Braga says, who do we get rid of this offseason? Walter, and I love that Big Tall Paul is the first one on the list. He has really had a shocker, hasn't he? If we want to talk about players who have really fallen off a cliff in BBL 14, Big Tall Paul, he has been abysmal. Paul Walter. And yeah, I would not at all be upset to see the back of him. I mean, the poor guy, he seems like such a lovely guy. Honestly, he really does. He seems like he just seems like a nice bloke, and you feel bad taking the piss of him. But he's really been terrible. Will Main says, which team deserves... Lockie Braga says he's not. He ignores all the fans. Well, he's probably on social media reading all the comments. Oh, well, bollocks, you guys. I won't walk around the boundary and sign autographs. I've seen what you said about me on Facebook. The Beetle says Tigers just need to keep Lockie Galvin. Absolutely. Oh, Beetle, I don't think that this is out there to say. I really don't think this is a crazy statement at all. A Lockie Galvin, Jerome Luai halves partnership is going to set the NRL alight. I mean, the Tigers may, as I said, still struggle for the first year or two for all the combinations to form. But one thing that will fire, I predict, will fire right from game one. I am excited for that Lockie Galvin, Jerome Luai halves partnership. I'm going to call it early. I'm going to say right now, they revolutionize the NRL for halves play. They will be the formula for halves combinations moving forward. Set, what have I missed? Aaron, 888. I don't think I've read one of yours yet. The problem is, hang on, let me expand the TikTok chat at the moment, because we've got 10 on TikTok. I don't think we've got any left on YouTube. So let me prioritize the TikTok chat room here. Aaron says the problem is there's going to be a few teams that are going to get rid of players, and I reckon they will just switch teams. So Aaron, are you suggesting, Aaron, that maybe we'll offload some dead weight, but then pick up some more dead weight from some of the other franchises? Yeah, I've got to say, Lockie, in all honesty, though, about Paul Walter and the acknowledgement of the fans and whatnot, and I mean, here's the thing that I think people have to appreciate is that now it's a tough one. It's a tough one. It might seem like ignorance What are some other words to use? Ignorance is the one I've thrown up. I don't think that's quite right. There's another word that I'm looking for, but maybe he's just a really shy dude. Cockiness is a potential. Cockiness is one. Actually, arrogance leads me to a thing. No, actually, I won't even tell the story. It's unrelated. It's rugby union related. We won't get into it. But maybe he's just a really shy, reserved guy. Like, because here's the thing, and I'm just trying to see it from his perspective. Obviously, as a player, I don't like him. I've taken the piss of him all year long, all BBL 14. So it's not about that. I'm not trying to defend the guy. I don't know him. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm playing devil's advocate here and suggesting that, it would be a difficult situation. Some people are just very reserved, don't necessarily like human interaction, if that makes sense. So if there's a bunch of kids standing on the boundary waiting for autographs, right? And tall Paul is sort of lurking in the background there, and he looks over, and there's Swepson, and there's McSweeney, and there's sort of like your star players. Paul Walter maybe looks at that and goes, oh, well, just sort of puts his head down. Oh, well, I'm not really, they don't want my autograph anyway, Don't really want to get caught up in all that. So I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Like, that it's not written in the contract that a player has to make themselves available to roam around the fence and sign autographs. That is something that the star players choose to do because they understand they're star players. Is anyone really going to get that pissy that, oh, we didn't get Big Tall Paul's autograph tonight? You know what I mean? Lockie Braga says, I've seen people wave to him and say hi and just look away. And yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's pretty dodgy. But like I said, some people are just awkward with socializing. So, he could at least wave. He doesn't have to come over, I guess. But yeah, since you say that, that's pretty poor. Curran says SA20 or BBL. Well, the SA20 is a big part of the reason why there are very few South African international players in the BBL this season. From what I can tell, it's doing quite well. And another tournament that's picking up steam is the New Zealand Super Smash. I wish Colin Munro had have stayed home and played the Super Smash. No, you're right, Lockie. You're right. Look, I've tried to play devil's advocate here, and like some people are just not really that good with that sort of interaction and exposure. But yeah, just a simple wave. If people are calling for him from the fence and he sees it and purposely turns away, I can't defend that. I can't defend that. You can at least do a polite wave or a nod. See, I don't necessarily have a problem with not coming out and walking around the fence, especially if you've had a bad night. Like, I give all the credit in the world to the superstar players that whether they win, lose, or draw, they always take the time to walk around the fence and see the kids and thank the supporters. Like that is what makes them superstars, because they always take the time to do that. It takes a lot to do that, though. So I don't necessarily have a problem with anybody who doesn't do that, especially if they're not in that upper tier of player. But if you're out there and somebody spots you and they've called for you and you just turn your head and not even acknowledge, that's a completely different set of circumstances. definitely. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a toughie. Curran says the what? The IL T20 is ruining the international imports for the BBL. Useless league, not promoting homegrown talent. What's that one? The IL T20. Let's have a look. What's this? There's so many T20 tournaments popping up around the world. Everyone is trying to cash in on International League T20. All right, what's this? Oh, Emirates Cricket Board. What the hell is this? The first edition of the tournament was originally scheduled to take place during January and February 2023, but it was rescheduled to take place from January 2024 with 6 teams competing. In June 2022, the league was formally named the International League T20, with the dates for the first season also being confirmed. Matches in Season 1 were played using standard T20 formats. Statistics were not included in official records because Emirates Cricket Board is not a full member of the ICC. Oh, that's hilarious. In December 2023, the ILT20 became the first associate-run franchise league to obtain List A status, allowing its statistics to be included. Oh, well, they're growing, I suppose. All right. Wow, 10:50. All right, I've got work to do. I actually have to do some work, so I'll pop off. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been a great post game as well. We definitely should do this more often, a post game. I don't very often stick around this long after a stream, but yeah, I do have some work to pump out before I go to bed tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow. There's a game on tomorrow, right? There has to be. I'm sure there is. We'll figure it out anyway. Wasted World of Sports. Back tomorrow for more Big Bash. Thank you so much. Sixers versus Thunder. There we go. Sydney Sixers versus the Thunder. Now, that is 2 teams that are already qualified for the finals. So all that's on the line there is which order will they finish in. Sydney Sixers fighting for top spot with the Hobart Hurricanes, and the Thunder looking to elevate themselves as well. So should still be a good game, that one. Thank you so much for joining me for this one. The Hobart Hurricanes just too good in the end. And I will catch you tomorrow for more Big Bash action. Till then, cheers.